Hello, everybody. Thank you all for being here. I am going to apologize for being a bit of a mess right now. First thing you might notice is I'm not where I normally am, so I might sound echoey. I'm not treated this at all. Yeah, I'm at a new setup, a new desk, and I'm struggling. I'm struggling to get the game running. It's not working. Yes, we're at the office. The main reason for that is I still have a few things that I have to do here today, and we're gonna have a snowstorm. So it was basically I come now and I do it, or I don't come at all. So yeah, so far so good. It's significantly bigger, which is really helpful because there's just like, I felt like I was kind of drowning in all the stuff I had before. But the big thing is that I don't have distractions. So yeah, it's good. It's really good. I wouldn't have to worry about this if I were at home. You're right. But here's the thing. I mentioned this idea when I was in the Bahamas over winter break. I mentioned it to my wife. I said, I think I need an office. And my wife was super pumped. And that's when I realized, she mentioned to me, she's like, I've never been at home by myself. Because I work at home, I literally never leave. So every day that she's ever been at our house, yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do back there. Shelving most likely, couch over there, something like that. So yeah, but the big problem is that I've never launched City Skylines 2 here, and it looks like it hates me. So I might have planned this stream. I might have, I tell you what, RL, if you send me a picture, I'll put it on the shelf behind here. Mic volume's too low. Everything is wrong right now. So everything's set to the default. So if anything seems off, you should tell me, because it probably is. After getting your PC all configured in a separate room and stuff, you decide to move. I know. So I've had a ton of problems. I've had a ton of problems. The biggest problem I've had has been networking. So this solved one problem for me, in that I was having all sorts of issues with, oh no, that's not a good sign. I just validated all my files and it thinks it's fine. I'm gonna try to launch City Skylines 2. We'll see what happens. Anyway, I wanted an offsite backup for all of my data. So now I'm doing that here, which is really helpful, but seems a bit quiet, the microphone. I could just like do it. I also have no light, so if you notice that it seems really that's not good. I don't know what just happened there. Oh, I think Skylines is telling me exactly what it thinks of me. It's just crashing hard. Give me 1 second. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I need to change some settings. I think I know the problem. I have all the defaults. So bear with me a second, chat. This is what I should have taken care of beforehand. Did I drop the PC during the move? No, I did something worse. So I decided to take portions of my streaming PC and Frankenstein together a new PC. And I don't have a streaming PC here yet. So I'm trying to do everything on one PC. And Skylines isn't playing nicely. It's so give me, I think once it loads in, I know the problem. But it's not happy right now. Here to remind Phil that we are supposed to do some Google mapping today. I'm gonna hold that thought till the next stream. Mostly because I'm a little bit of a disaster right now. I can't even launch Skylines. CS2 is a homebody, apparently. It looks so cinematic. I have one light, and that's why it looks cinematic. There's no light behind me. You guys, thank you so much for the hype train. Like, here I am not even able to launch a game, and you guys are like still supporting me. I can always play Manor Lords. That's true. And honestly, if I can't get this to work, I don't know. I'd probably let you guys vote between Manor Lords and Foundation. But we'll see. I'm at the main menu now, so I'm feeling hopeful-ish. Hopeful-ish. I'm not feeling hopeful. I don't know why. It's showing up windowed for me. And then like immediately crashing. And now I can see it in OBS, but I can't see it on my screen. Oh, it kills me. Oh, city skylines, city skylines, city skylines, city skylines. Why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me? I had a feeling something bad was going to happen. I got one more thing that might fix it. I think it could be my display resolution. So I picked up these Asus ProArt displays that are color accurate and 5K. And I did that because they work better with macOS. And I wanted to have just one desk with everything in it. Now I'm wondering if that upset the apple cart with Skylines. Oh my God. So just so you guys know, City Skylines does not like 5K. Do not do it. Do not do it. And the emote only. I don't even know how that's working right now. It's probably working from my home PC. Oh my God. Yeah. So 5K. If you have a 5K display, you will destroy City Skylines. Everything else appears to be working. Key binding conflicts. So here's the other thing. I was supposed to reinstall Windows. I didn't. I grabbed an old clone. My cam freezes every time black screen flashed. Not surprised. We love you, Uncle Phil. Thank you. I just want to make sure I can load into the game. So here we are at New Dresden to... My God. How in the world did I get the traffic mod working? Did I? I don't know that I got anything working yet. I'm not confident that anything is working right now. What is going on? I just don't understand. Oh my gosh. It is working. I'm guessing all of my settings have reverted to garbage though. Oh, I do leave the house for Valentine's Day, and then I'm going to make a ribeye when I get home. A ribeye, homemade mac and cheese, broccoli with cheese, cornbread, and I left some flowers for my ladies. So yeah, looks terrible. It does. I think I know what's wrong. All my settings are back to their defaults. So we just gotta modify the settings. Not that big of a deal. Anyway, everybody. Today's stream topic, all the things Phil should not do 30 minutes before a stream starts. I've been here for 2 hours. Okay. That's while I'm setting this up. Here's what I've done today. Everything's set to low. What is going on? So I set up the camera. I set up all of my scenes in OBS. I set up StreamerBot. I also set up... I realized my camera lens that I had here is the wrong one. So it was this wide-angled lens, and all you could see was the back of my monitor. The new office does not have a coffee maker. I took this from home. I took the biggest mug of coffee. And I've also, the other thing I've got is I've got a whole bunch of Coke Zero because like that's what I live on. So yeah. So yeah, someday the office will have a coffee pot. There's actually a whole other room next to me, and it's actually the front room, the one that people would see if they walk by. And yeah, it's bad. Can't drink beer in the office. I mean, I could. Then I'd have to take an Uber home or the bus. I mean, it's my office, so I guess I could get a keg and just put it behind me if I really wanted to. I was even told I could bring my dog in here, so yeah. Your blood is literally coffee and Coke Zero. Mine too. It's all that I consume. And that's especially true because I've just been trying to get a little bit healthier besides my Coke Zero addiction. Mother of God, what is going on? I think we have to restart. I also set up all of my Stream Deck profiles. I adjusted my audio. Yeah. Real talk. When can we schedule an in-person raid of Phil's stream? I am going to be at TwitchCon. I got to get that set up. It's a vibe right there. My vibe is empty office, crashing game. It's the only vibe I know. Well, first of all, I guess while I'm waiting, I'm relaunching the game. Nader Tots, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Gunta, Gonna Tank, thank you so much for the tier 1. Evoy, thank you for the prime. Parsville, thank you so much for the prime. Professor Lithos, thank you for 15 months of tier 1. That's amazing. The Plankster, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you guys for the hype train still going on. Thank you guys. You guys are ridiculous. Command G, thank you so much for the tier 1. First Necron, thank you so much. Tier 3, 15 months. Cord, 9 months of tier 1. Beanie Bye, thank you so much. 4 months of tier 1. Del Cypher. Hold on. Thank you so much for the prime. I'll let you guys experience fully the majesty of what's going on. I don't even see that on my screen. I don't even see that. I launched the game. I don't know what's going on. Office move vlog when? I'm working on it. I've been recording everything. So everything's been a disaster. The wall color's nice. Thank you. It's called software. And the wall color is honestly the thing that held me back from moving in here the longest. There is a Magnolia County hoodie. I actually wore it yesterday, and a t-shirt. Cord, thank you for the gifted subs. Super generous of you. Yeah, I'm working on a kind of a moving vlog and kind of setup stuff. It's just been like, as much as I've wanted to do that, everything seems to be a little bit more broken than I'd hoped. It's just that's the only way I can put it. Everything's a little bit more broken. Can only go up from here. Yeah. So yeah, the wall color, this was a therapist's office. So as a result, when it was a therapist's office, they had like a doctor's office style wallpaper up, and it wasn't the vibe I was looking for. So I asked them if it could be changed, and they said, yeah, I could definitely change that if I wanted to, but I wasn't interested. So they ended up doing it. Like in an office lease, it's pretty common that they will do those sorts of things for you. Skylines. I'm gonna wait until it's fully loaded. It makes me stand out a bit. Appreciate that. When the screen goes back, your camera lags. This will be fixed. I actually have another PC here that I was hoping to be able to use as my stream PC. It was my personal gaming rig. and it doesn't have USB 3.2, so I can't use a capture card. Now you got therapy fill. Well, this is Phil wants the software colored wall fill, and so yeah, it took a month to negotiate that. Now it's good. I'm going to be soundproofing the room. That is one of the big things. The room is really big, so as a result, it just sounds bad. What are the specs of the new PC? It is identical to my PC at home, except instead of a 4090, it has a 4080, which is really helpful when you want to do everything on one PC. Okay. Crash time. Awesome. I don't know what this issue is. We're not going to worry about it. We're just going to load in. Everything's going to be fine. Actually, let me do one thing. Full screen window. I think that's our biggest issue. Okay. That will fix all of the problems. I'm also going to need to I'm going to modify some of these graphics settings. I don't know if we can actually do all of this stuff on this PC. Okay. So anyway, yeah, next stream, if I do it from here, I will have a stream PC. I'm building it on Monday. 50, getting any 50 series? Those don't exist. I'm lucky that I had another really nice graphics card. Otherwise, I don't know how I would have been able to do this without completely demolishing my other setup, which I didn't want to do. Summer, no rain. Let's get some clouds. Oh, that's the stuff right there. That's the stuff right there. Okay. I'm going to finish going through the activity because you guys have been insane and I completely missed half of it. But here we are. The game is launched. We're here together. Flickering issues have gone away because we're now in full screen windowed. The default settings for City Skylines 2, just going to throw it out there. They're a disaster. I've complained about them 100,000 times. But yeah, that's why. You guys should turn VSync off. So I've actually seen, and we can test this. If VSync is not off, the game lags. But let's do a test. So it's very, very difficult to see, but FPS. Well, let's make it the advanced. Yeah, now I'm getting, without VSync, it's about 40-ish FPS. Let's see if I turn it on. Oh, I'm losing. Actually, I can't tell. It's a horse apiece. So if you guys think it looks better without it on, we'll leave it off. FPS is behind. Yeah, it's behind me. You can't see me. And I can't get the other scene working right. So, anyway, it's about 40 FPS. I'll turn VSync off if it looks better for you. That works. I'm also going to turn the FPS off, so we don't have to worry about it. Okay, guys. I'm going to give you guys a quick overview of where we're at. Then I'm going to go through some activity, and then we're going to start building. So if you've missed any of the new Dresden streams, the 2 of them, we've been building this little city right here. This is the first episode. We've basically built this downtown area and tried to make it very walkable, very attractive. And the second stream, we tried to balance the budget, and that's why we have all this ugly stuff out here. It's not that we want it to look like this. It's that it kind of had to look like this to balance the budget. We had to spam some things to get it working. So we're going to add a train station. And I'm kind of targeting this area right here as the spot where I want to place the train station. And then we'll just kind of step some of what we're doing up here down to the train station. So that also means that we're going to need a rail yard. We're likely going to have to build one maybe over here. And we're going to have to link up. Ooh. And we're going to have to link up. Oh, that motion blur. That's the other setting. 1 second. Right here's where the train ends. So we're going to have to find a way to bring the train from over here to over there. And then I want to extend it a little bit beyond because I don't want it to feel abrupt. So, yeah. The blocks look beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. It's just been, I'm trying my best to not make it super American. So you guys need to keep yelling at me. If it starts to look American, yell at me. It's not supposed to. Wait. No custom temperature. That's not what I meant to have. It doesn't need to be that cold. Looks British. I didn't want it to look British. Shadows look weird too. Kind of feels flat. I don't know why. Reminds you of Spain. I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah, I don't know why it looks like that, but to me it looks a little bit off. Maybe it's just the new monitor. You really can't wait for the US packs after seeing the China one? I can't talk about them, but I'm super excited too. The next, I will tell you guys. So I've had a lot of videos that are not City Skylines lately. A couple of reasons for that. It's been kind of refreshing. It's also been really helpful for me while I'm doing all this moving to make videos that aren't quite so challenging. But we're gonna have 3 Skylines videos in a row. For the region pack covering the West Coast US, I'm gonna wake up with you Europeans 5 in the morning. I'm gonna premiere a video, and we're gonna redirect into a second one. So it's gonna be really special. So next week there'll only be 1 video. We're gonna be back in Saguna Beach, and we're gonna make a university. Then there'll be two videos on that following Monday, and then another foundation video. So yeah, it's gonna be good. Just realized my hairline's looking crispy. Not for long. All the men in my family, both sides, lose their hair. It's gonna happen. More foundation when? Soon. I love the game too. I love it. No plans that I know of for an Africa pack, but I don't know of anything beyond what you guys know as far as region packs go. I really hope. I think we need an Africa pack. I think we need an India pack. I think that we need a Brazil pack. I could see a Mexico pack being really, really valuable. I could see an Islands pack, Middle Eastern pack. Like, there's so many areas. If I have any criticism over the region packs, it's that they're very confined to a very specific area, and there's a lot of areas that aren't covered. And I think I know why. I think it's harder to find the creators to do it, but yeah. Italy, Spain. I agree. I'm also just hoping that with the concept of region packs generally, they're almost like themes. And I always wanted there to be a way to create, like, asset creators to create their own theme and then release those all or keep adding to that theme over time. I'd love to see that. But yeah, I'd love to see, like you guys are talking about meta training. I'd love to see Morocco. That'd be really cool, for instance. Egypt. There's a whole bunch of places. Biggest issue with zoning right now is how many lot sizes are just missing. Yeah. I mean, those guides I've been putting together there, I've been putting them together for a very specific reason. I think without them, it's really difficult to actually know what to zone. Okay, commercial break on Twitch. Couple more thank yous. Del Cipher, thank you so much for the Prime. Komorowski, thank you so much for 12 months of tier 1. That's wild. Holy thank you, DJ John Mary. Thank you so much for 15 months over on Twitch, 39 months on YouTube. DJ John Mary, I always love to see you here. Christian Balfour, thank you so much for 4 months of tier 1. Good to see you, buddy. Clint, thank you so much for 10 months of tier 1. Narksaya, thank you for the Prime. So yeah. And Nader Tots, thank you again for that, for the get this ups. While we're waiting for Twitch to come back, the other thing, there will be a Manor Lords video tomorrow. It's a good one. It's a good one. Dubai region pack would be awesome. Agreed. How are you guys all doing today? As much as I've enjoyed The Office and as much as I like being here, it's been stressful. Lord of Llamas, thank you so much for the 15 months. Looking mint with the new lighting in the background, new office setup. Yes. Actually, the desk is even. I got someone to sponsor it, which is pretty cool. That Danny Nixon, thank you so much for the Prime. You and your girlfriend went out for Valentine's Day? Someday I will get back to that. I feel like with kids, it gets really, really challenging. Okay, first thing we got to do. First thing I've got to do is stop this. It started playing random music. Oh, hopefully we don't get ourselves in trouble on YouTube. We definitely will. Darn. Okay, back to safe music. Shoot. Okay. First thing we gotta do is unlock trains. I know. Here I go. I spend all of this time getting all of this DMCA safe music. I work hard to protect it, and then I end up playing random lo-fi. Love it. Will I be playing Timberborn? Maybe, but I'm not going to commit to anything until I finish the series. So funny story. One more quick aside. So this account is Verde Beach, and I have other accounts on this computer, including Nicolay Bay and Clearwater County. So I have them all ready. So before I commit to any more games, I got to finish those 2 episodes. And then I'm going to finish Workers and Resources. And honestly, if I do anything, I'm going to finish up Manor Lords. I'm going to finish up Foundation. And then I'll probably pick another kind of random game to do on the side. But that's not something that's going to happen just yet. Why the different accounts? During Cities Skylines 1's heyday, the way I was able to switch between so many different series so quickly was by having multiple accounts, and then I would subscribe to the assets there. Skive wasn't ready when I started doing lots of series, and then once it was ready, it conflicted with my organization style. So I just had multiple accounts. I had an account called, that's why this account is literally called Verde Beach. This is the account that I built Verde Beach on. So all the Verde Beach stuff is here. I had a Clearwater County, Nicolay Bay, and then I had a City Tips account. So yeah. Yeah, Workers and Resources is the one that I really want to do something on. I really want to, I really want to try some of the new DLC maps. We'll have to see. The 3D terrain now in Timberborn looks quite literally game changing in the zip lines. Vangloris, are you telling me that I should have a mini Timberborn series? If I do it, I think where I've landed on all that stuff is I need to make sure that I commit to a certain number. So like I don't really care if people stop watching Foundation, I'm going to have at least 6. That's kind of where I've landed. So hopefully you like it, but I'm enjoying it and I want to see it through. And I don't want to gain a reputation that I think I'm unfortunately rightly gaining of not finishing non-City Skyline stuff. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at there. My camera turned black. Nice. That's amazing. Serenity now. Serenity now. Give me a second. I think I can get it back. Gotta check one more thing. Yeah, it died. It's the battery's dead. Hold on. It's not supposed to be working off battery. Hold on. I've got one more solution. One more second. Let's see if I'm gonna be defeated or not. I might be. I might be. We're just not going to acknowledge what just happened. Oh. Are we allowed to share maps we made in City Skylines 2? You are. You are. Do it on the Discord though. There is a picture. Yeah. You know what? You know what? I should take a screenshot right now of my face, and if it dies again, I'll just have a static image of myself. So the way that I was able to fix it is I grabbed my MacBook's power brick, and I have a long USB cable just running straight into the adapter. You know, I got very close. Wow. The struggle, guys. The struggle. Okay. Now that the struggle is done, I'm going to bring the rail along here like I said I was going to. So what I'm thinking is I want to start dropping down. Keep it around 3%. Well, let's see. I think I'd like to come out right about here. Okay. You think a couple of different US theme packs? That's what you want. Build a horseshoe curve. So you think I should loop it around? I mean, we could do that. I don't think it's necessary. So I think that basically right here, all I've really got to do is drop it down. And if I pull it out long enough, I can get to my 3%. Like, that is one heck of a bridge span, but it's, you know, the terrain here is incredibly challenging. I think the only way that I would look to improve upon this would be to maybe replace a couple of segments here to be ground leveled. And then key up a couple of them. And I'm going to apologize right away. I did not. If you downloaded the newest NVIDIA drivers, you can force the newest version of DLSS, and then all the trailing goes away. I have not done that yet on this PC. So you guys are going to see some insane trailing. It's a thing of beauty. This looks expensive. This is ridiculously expensive. Hopefully the train company's covering it because very expensive. Monster bridge span. This should also be underground. The aesthetic of the horseshoe. Okay. Do you guys have any examples of a good horseshoe rail? Switzerland does mountain railways quite well. Okay, hold on. There's one in Pennsylvania, so we'll look at that. And then okay. I see what you mean. B Squagglehausen, I always need your help. Do I even have Discord on here? I do. Now let's see if I can make it disappear from my screen. Give me a second. Okay. Pennsylvania has a lot of difficult terrain. It does. That was close. As B Squagglehausen, as I'm narrating our Discord anyway, out loud for everybody. This wasn't This is supposed to be a German map. This is. No horseshoe track for ice trains. So I should be using the electrified track is what you're telling me. That's first of all. Okay. You've swayed my opinion, chat. I will go back and I will make this more reasonable. I think we're back to where we started. As far as the horseshoe goes, so we'll get our electrified track. Bridge to nowhere, chair stream. You know how I do it. So you guys are thinking that maybe we come down here. I'm struggling to see how we would get that to work. So it's basically okay. So B Squagelhausen. Okay. I got you. B Squagelhausen. So let's I wish I had a better way. Of just toggling the train tracks. So here we are in Switzerland. I just kind of want to see what they do with their tracks. And I think we got it right here. Use open railway map. B Swagelhausen. Come into the rescue. Never allow. That is not Switzerland. Little Switzerland is apparently not there. It's covering everything up, so it's hard for me to see. Okay. This is interesting. So now I'm wondering, can I, on this map, set the base map? I can't get terrain, which is a little unfortunate. Dumb question. Why don't I use tunnels in city skylines? 2 reasons. They're expensive, number 1. Number 2, I think that they are not very fun to make in city skylines. I feel like it's the one thing that, like, there are 2 things that I think could really be improved with road tools. Number 1, just the ability to control heights in general, be able to set a key wall when you want. The modding community's figured it out, but for whatever reason in the vanilla game, it's just not a thing. And then the other thing, would be just I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. We'd argue that high-speed rail would reduce curves when normal rail track would use horseshoe curves. Sure, I don't know if this is going to be high-speed, so... Train of thought, I know. I tell you what. You can kind of tell that for most of this, it's just following the terrain as closely as it can. I can't see the contour lines, which is unfortunate. Constant mix of radius curves and straights. A few variable radius curves as possible. You want to get really fancy, ease the curves into straights, and then build to a 2% grade. B. Schweigelhausen needs to get... I tell you what, B. Schweigelhausen, I'm going to challenge you to something. I need you to make some Rail tutorial videos. I will watch very intently. It's all that I want. What I think I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna back this out a little bit further. I'm gonna try to keep it nice and straight right here and go down. And then we're gonna have a turn that goes right here. And then we'll loop back down to try to get to a height where we can cross the river at a really, really gentle point. Honestly, I'd love to cross the river and the road at the same time. So that's going to be the goal. It's been done. But B. Schweigelhausen, I need it for CS2. I want you to do it. It's a challenge. I love my builds face difficulty building proper rail infrastructure. It's a mess. Very, very messy. Yeah. The one thing, if you have anarchy, being able to set constant slope makes it feel more like, makes it feel a heck of a lot more like Transport Fever. I think if Skylines could do anything or should do anything, they should really just, I feel like the devs should play Transport Fever for a while, because that's a game that just like really understands rail infrastructure. And it's kind of a shame, in my opinion, that it works the way it does in Skylines. Mega Spiral. That would work. I mean, there are a couple of those in the US as well. Okay. So I can get it to a... I get that to a 2 point something slight % grade, which I think is pretty good. I'll build up here. If I have to ground level this, I'm not overly concerned. And now we're gonna try some things, and I don't know how this is gonna work. It's gonna be very tight. B. Schweigelhausen. You've convinced me. So B. Schweigelhausen sent me a video of a creator who really knows how to do good rail, and I think I'll have to watch it. I'll share. Are you okay if I share the link? I trust you. I'm sure it's completely fine. Nothing is real. Everything is permitted. That's true. You can do whatever you want. You just have to slow down around this angle. That's all. Why are we underground? Oh, we're in a key wall. I'll fix that later. I think this might actually work. It might do what I'm hoping to do. So B. Schweigelhausen, how crazy is what I'm doing? Is it completely out of the realm of reality? Roller coaster rail? Do I think a tunnel would make more sense? I don't know. Let's see what the grade would be. Just for kicks. Be about 4.1. I'm gonna let you guys vote on that. Either way, the part that I'm about to do isn't gonna change much, so I'm not gonna worry. I'm gonna do the bridge, and I want to make sure that I can get over the top of this. Ooh, and you know what? We've got some of Tygon's rail bridges. There we go. Look at this, guys. So this is Tygon's rail assets, and you get these beautiful bridges, it's just comprised of existing props in the game, but I just think it looks really, really nice. Very, very nice. So it's okay. And you're not State Railroad Austerity Brain says you would do a curvier route and have less cut and fill. I think I might leave it like this. I'll let you guys vote. I'll give you guys a vote on it. But my gut tells me that this is okay. Now what I'm gonna do is berm all of this up regardless. So I'm just gonna send that to the ground, and then we'd have a little segment right here. And then I could clean all of this up as well. And yeah. Not berm it. Yeah, not berm. Build it up. Yeah, my bad. Don't let perfect be the enemy of finish. That's true. That's true. I do. My goal. First of all, how echoey is it when I talk? Does it sound like I'm in a cave? Because I have literally no sound treatment and almost no furniture in this big empty room. Not echoey. Seriously? I'm gonna tell you what, the SM7B is a hell of a microphone. if it can do that. It does sound like it's empty. Tiny echo. Oh. Super clear though. I picked up a second interface, the Rodecaster Duo. And I just set everything to default. Good to hear that it's working. A little more muffled. That's not surprising. There's a setting called Sparkle that I usually adjust. I haven't done it yet. So that's probably why. Okay. You know what? I agree. I think we just roll with it. And I think I'm going to build up one side and not the other. We'll have a... We'll do that. So we have a key on one side, and on the other side, we have the retaining wall. And then I'm just going to try to make this look good. Overall, just quiet audio. That might be me too. Sounds good in your Raycons. The rail is real. I need my mugs. I feel like this is the day of all the days where I should have my Struggle as Rail mug, and I don't have it. Although I can also blame my daughters a little bit for that. That's one of their favorite mugs now, and they've become tea drinkers, which my wife turned them on to, and so now the mugs get a lot of use. Okay. I don't want to completely destroy the mountains, but you guys know that I love a good smooth hill. So we're gonna do a couple of things that you guys probably won't like. I dig it though. I think it looks good. I'm into it. Don't worry, you can still fix the daughters. Just introduce them to coffee gently. So my youngest got her hands on a coffee bean, and I think that might have turned her off to coffee for life. So we'll have to see. I hope not, because it's like, I mean, I don't have many things that I'm as passionate about as coffee. You like smoothing? City Planner smooths? City Planner has to smooth. Those are the two things in life that I'm passionate about. Smoothing hills and coffee. Outside of that, so here's an example. So like, do I want this to be a tunnel? I do. Does it look like just absolute garbage right now? It does. I don't know what to do about that. I'm going to try to force it into a tunnel using anarchy, but I feel like that never works either. And now we end up with the jankening. Like, what is this? And it's not the mod's fault. Like, they're playing within the construct of the game. But like, this is madness. I'll try it again. The only thing that I've found that I can do to make tunnels look good is to just like really get prescriptive with the entry points and like build them. So you see how like I'm making like a cap, and then here's the entry point, and then there's the cap and the entry point. I need to make sure it's high enough. I don't know that this one is. So I'll build it up a little bit. All right. Now, my hope is that it'll just kind of work, which might be a naive way of doing it, but it's the best I've got. It's cut and fill now. Oh, wait, that's my fault. Ooh. If the texture had more grays, it would look so much better. I completely agree. Sweet. Okay. Attempt 2-ish. I've got another idea. We'll go up even higher. We're telling the train right away that this is a tunnel. And I'll grab that same height and put it over here. And I'll back it up. Oh, whoop. And I'll turn off anarchy. All of the things. Tunnels are always hard to make. They are. Yeah, the train drove through something like that. The vertical walls on the side, you'd be so trippy. True. I think the train is the only way that the tunnel's gonna be cleaned out at this point. Oh wait, it is almost tunneling. So maybe I just have to do a little bit of terrain work afterwards to make it work. The funny thing is, at one point I had this down to an art, and I just feel like I don't do them enough. It looks terrible. Brutal. The really sad thing is they're completely modeled on the inside. So if these things just like didn't do this jank, I'd love to be able to go straight through them and look. It would be really cool. But yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be upfront with you and say that I care so little about this tunnel that it's not going to be a tunnel. We are just going to continue to cut and fill and do terrible things because I'm over it. And this is the question, the answer to the question earlier, why don't I do more tunneling? This is why. It ends up kind of becoming a disaster almost every time. So I do hope at some point it gets fixed, but it's not good right now. The tool feels to me a little underbaked. So there we go. We'll deal with that. We'll fix this up. Hide with trees. Try deleting all those trees. I don't even think that would help. I think that it's so jank, the tool itself, that I don't think it would fix it. But I know that I can make this look okay. All I have to do is smooth things and delete some trees and add some trees. A little of everything. You're pretty sure? Whoa. Okay. I will bite on that one. So you're saying it's the constant slope that's creating the issue, which would be a shame if that is the case, because I feel like the constant slope is what makes it feel realistic. But let's try a couple things. So they're the same height on either side. You got a big flat top. Why would I ever want that? Why would that be my solution? Higher. Okay. Solution number 500. I'm just going to make a small tunneled segment. And force it to do what I want to do. Okay. I hate tunnels. I hate tunnels. They are evil. They are evil and they don't work right. Ugh. you think that this is close? This is close to killing every passenger before they reach the city. Going from elevated to tunnel seems ambitious, but it shouldn't. That's the thing. It shouldn't, but it is. But it shouldn't. It shouldn't be, but it's gonna be. So instead, the great smoothing. What is the tunnel budget? We've spent as much on this tunnel as we have on the entire city so far. I am so angry right now. I don't know why that worked. Are you kidding me? I didn't even want a tunnel. I didn't even want a tunnel. And it's like perfect. You guys saw that, right? It wasn't me. I give up. I guess sometimes you just take a win when you get one. That's a win. That's a big W. Just leave it? I mean, but there's just a couple of small things that we could do to make it even better. Just a couple. I won't do a lot. See, look at how much nicer that looks now. But yeah, I need to step away from this mess. Gosh, the top looks so bad. You know what? I'm gonna step away from the tunnel. That's good enough. That is good enough. That is good enough. Walk away. Yes, I will walk away. Gotta take the W before it's gone. Indeed. This one. Fix a couple more things. We're almost ready to actually build rail. We've been streaming now for an hour and 13 minutes. What we managed to do is have the camera turn off. We got the game launched. That's cool. We played some non-DMCA safe music. That was fun. And we built a tunnel. All of the best things. You knew I would 100% let perfect be. That is all that I do. Do I keep this as a bridge? Or do I build it up right here? I kind of like the idea of like having a key and then building up the soil around it. That to me makes sense too. So there we go. It needs to be a little bit higher. Yeah, I dig that. That is great. Or it will be. It'll be good. It'll be good in a second. No? Paulo, what, you hate this? It's already too tight of a curve. So I've been on a train that had a curve like this. It happens. Is it comfortable? It is not at all. Like the train ends up slowing down to like 15 miles per hour. The one that I was on like this was in Colorado, and it was actually single track, and they had to like slow down. There was like an area where they could like stop right here, and then it switched to be like this, and you had to wait and see if other trains were coming around, and they're like they didn't want to like. There's not enough traffic to justify having double track there, but boy, oh boy, that wait was rough, and we were not prioritized. She'll be coming out of the bottom. Yeah. You like the bridge? Looks like modern rail in tourist cities. I think it was cool, but we already have a lot of bridging that we're going to do over here. So I do think that this would be considerably cheaper. Was the one in Colorado narrow gauge? It was standard gauge. It's a freight corridor. Curious Coloradan. I want to say it was near Rifle. I took the California Zephyr from Denver to Emeryville. And if you live in Colorado and you want to go out to the Bay Area, I would recommend it one way. It's very exciting. It's very, very beautiful scenery. If you have the time to just kind of chill out, because it will take you a while, it's a lot of fun. But the second way was brutal. I attended a wedding in one of my best friend's weddings in the Silicon Valley area, and by the time that was done, I mean, you know how it is with a wedding. You've been on for a while. You had the party, and now you kind of just want to go back to the real world. And I felt like another 24 hours on the train was not what I wanted. And I think I mentioned this before on stream, but a lady got just totally hammered on the trip back because there was an alcohol cart, and she managed to go reach over the top of her seat, throw up on someone else, and then we were in a place called Elmo, Utah, and they dumped her out in Utah. They just like they had a cop waiting, and I'll tell you what, there are not very many places in the U.S. that I would be more uncomfortable being arrested for alcohol than Utah. That would be like number one. Don't want to be in Utah getting arrested for that. So I imagine that she had a bad time. So yeah. But the rest of it was great. The rest of it was great. One way is great. The one thing I didn't want there. So the whole reason why I'm doing this is I'm trying to avoid lumpies and bumpies. And I feel like the transition in between the key wall and the non-key wall bit is always a little bit rough. But if you give it a slightly flat area like this, then you can build up to it from here and do something like that that just to me looks a lot better. And then I can bring this towards it afterwards and just try not to get all the way on it. Yeah, Utah must have been bad for that. Yeah, they didn't look very pleased with her when we dropped her off. She didn't look none too pleased either. She was very drunk, but I think that she understood the predicament that she put herself in. I felt bad for her. That's sucks. Also, you threw up on someone on a train. So like, what do you really expect to have happen? I don't know what to say. This looks like a line that wouldn't be in use at the start of the first snow. You don't think so? We're just gonna pretend that Germany doesn't snow. That it has no snow. It's perfect. Okay. Because we built this up, I'm gonna pull this back a little bit. And then slope between the two. Just to make it look a little bit more natural. Well, northern Germany has snow right now. Let me tell you about snow. I think there's a reason why Germans loved it when they were coming to Wisconsin, when they loved it here so much. I think it's very similar in terms of climate. And we are about to get pummeled. We got 5 inches earlier in the week. And the last I looked, we're supposed to get 6 inches tonight. We're gonna be getting 1 inch of snow an hour for part of that. It's gonna be wild. One avalanche and the train tracks are gone. Those are details. Those are details. We'll leave that for the rail company to figure out. Which map is this? Boreali? Beautiful map. Absolutely beautiful map. Love. You guys chose this map, but I've been really happy that you chose this one. The only thing I think that I made building on this map more challenging than it had to be. I think that it probably wasn't super smart to start on that hill, but we've done it. We'll figure it out. I'm gonna just throw in. I'm gonna try to take a little bit of a B. Squagelhausen advice, and I'm going to. What is happening here? It's bridging. I'm gonna just throw in some straight segments. I think I inadvertently threw one of Tygon's bridges there. I'm going to throw some straight segments. I'll link them up together with fairly significant radii. I think that I want the cargo yard to be right about here. It's basically the only flat area. So I'm going to place it right here. And then, well, we've got a lot of work to do to get up over here. I think I'm going to drop the train underneath those roads and bring it through. So we'll bridge right there. Let's cross that bridge when the time comes. Holy what? You got 15 inches of snow yesterday in Quebec? Okay, I should shut up. That is how do you even, how does your city handle that? Because I feel like we do okay. But I think that we would really struggle with that. 15 inches or 15 centimeters. inches. Oh my goodness. That is ridiculous. So our snow was bad enough that I went out. I don't know what I was doing. I was working on something, and it was right before bed, and I thought to myself, do I shovel now or do I do it in the morning? And my wife really wanted to go to the gym in the morning and go running. And I ended up going out, and because we had 5-6 inches on the ground, I shoveled at like 2 a.m. And nothing was taken care of at that point. 15, I feel like you just kind of give up and you just accept that you're going to be inside for a while. It's already cleaned up. 5 inches. 20 centimeters in Toronto. Compared to Buffalo, New York, those are rookie numbers. That's true. Buffalo seems like such a great city, but for that one thing, that would be. I've lived the lake effect snow life, and I will not do it again. Growing up in northern Wisconsin, it was kind of the worst of all worlds. You're not close to the lake, so like I didn't get to visit it. Like I did, but like I have to go like Ashland or something or Washburn. But we still were close enough to get lake effect snow, and we could get it from either side. So like it's just one of those things where like, once I got to like high school age, my dad was like, "It's your turn to learn responsibility. You're gonna shovel," which I kind of get, but also not what you want to do before school. It's already cleaned up after the 15 inches. How long did it? Okay, Tara, how long did it take to clean that up? And did it shut your city down? Because around me, they were talking about the snow, and it wasn't like Madison and the suburbs. We didn't shut down. They closed everything after school, but a lot of the rural areas around me, they closed early. Like they were just like, we're done. We didn't have snow on the ground yet. And they were like, we're not dealing with this. Rainbow Serpent, your schools closed after 2 inches or something? You must be in Atlanta then, where they had 2 snow plows for the entire city. I was there during Snowmageddon, just kind of like, whoa, this is crazy. I want to do the medium train depot with the through track. This is always a little bit of a struggle for me. I think it's a me thing, but basically I struggle to attach all the tracks. But one of the reasons I love these assets, if you haven't used Tygon's rail assets, is that you can go ahead and add additional track on. So like right onto the back here, and this is more trains. So if you're going to use this, you've got to leave yourself a little bit of extra space. But this, you ask me, this is how the vanilla train station should work. So check this out. It's still snapping. Okay. How sick is that? So I can just add all those on, and now I can link all of these up to the main line right here. I've got to get a road back here. I'll have to bridge or something like that, but I think it's totally doable. In Paris, the whole region shut down every time it snows. It slows traffic down, disturbs public transit. So that I totally get. Back in the day, you remember in the 70s, the snow used to be up to your knees. You still went to school. You had to walk in it. I feel like we end up with more snow days. So going back to the Paris thing real quick. our BRT system in Madison really struggles with cold weather. It's all electric. I'm a big proponent of electric vehicles, but I will say it was very, very, very predictable that the electric buses, if you have an entirely electric fleet for BRT, you might have a bad time when it gets really cold out. And we had a cold snap that I'm sure all the folks from Quebec probably experienced the exact same thing. It was just brutally cold, and it basically shut them down. So this is the part that I struggle with. You see how close these are together? If I don't get them just right, they do that. And I'm wondering if I can't just... I wonder if the play is just to... do a little something like this. No, it's going to look stupid. We figured this out on stream in the past. I just can't remember how we did it. Polar vortex is right over Europe right now. That's the reason it's very cold. Oh yeah. If you guys had the polar vortex right now, I feel terrible for you. That is 100% why it was so cold here. And when we had the polar vortex, it just that shut down our transit. It was, you couldn't help but feel bad for the transit company because they, it's a bad way to demonstrate your system. Not good at all. It just basically because there are people who are gonna be negative about your system no matter what, and it gives them the opportunity to say, "I told you so. All these buses were dumb, so we should just get rid of all of them," which is a ridiculous line of thinking. I didn't get a good enough angle there. So what I want to do is get the correct angle that we join up, and it looks like 145 is that angle. And then I should be able to delete all of these. No. It looks so good otherwise. That's the first time I nailed it. And of course, I didn't actually nail it. Oh, just back it out a moment. Oh my goodness. This is why Move It should be in the base game. How do you even fix this without Move It? I don't think you can. I don't know, guys. I think this might be the best one that I've ever built. I'm really proud of it. This is better than I've done in the past, I think. Now, if only I can do railed it. Well, we'll see if I didn't nail it yet. First of all, I hid the chat, so I can't see you guys. Second, I've got to do this again, and I didn't measure anything. Tunnel it. Screen cap that. So one of you guys is gonna have to. I feel like if I screen cap it, it's gonna bring my entire computer to its knees. The struggle is not real. B. Squigelhausen, if you are here, I need to know if this gets the B. Squigelhausen seal of approval. my best train yard yet. So I will admit one other thing. This is me practicing for another build. I hinted at this in the last Magnolia County, but will this ever become a YouTube series? No. It does get approval, but you're not sure. You know the grade letter. That's okay. That's okay. You know what? If this is a C, that leaves me room to improve, and this is not failing. This is not failing. And I still could fail it because I don't know how I get a road over here just yet. So I have an idea. I think I might build this up, this road that we built here that goes into the heart of the community. And maybe this becomes a river winding road that comes right here. And then this goes underneath it because we're going to have a lot of bridge work. But yeah, I could see especially that's where, if I'm going to fail, because there's still an opportunity, that's where I do it. C's get degrees. Okay. On the nerdy side, I'm going to keep you away from my kids because I feel like I have one kid that would not agree with that, and the other one might shake her head and go, yeah. I like your style. I like your style on the nerdy side. It's got to be the youngest child. You might have nailed that one. Yeah. I feel like, so that's probably my influence. I feel like I was always a B student that was really impressed with myself for not studying. Like if I would have studied, I was an A student. And in grad school and undergrad, once I figured it out, I was an A student. But through high school, grade school, I was like, you're telling me that I'm smart enough that I don't have to do anything and I'll just get B's. B's good enough for me. I don't need to do anything else. That is a terrible outlook on life. Youngest middle kids are always, man, good enough. I'm the oldest. So I bucked the trend a little bit. What are you doing? This doesn't look as good as the last one. I started from the bottom, so I'll do it again at the bottom. Oh my goodness. Oh, I dig it. Except for this piece. You know what? I'm not gonna let my crazy get the best of me. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna let it be. I'm gonna let it. I've got to let it be. Can I find? If I could find, it's like right there. You see it? Okay. I will let my crazy get the best of me, and it's gonna have a good result. I'm very pleased. Very, very pleased. Is this Imperator stuff? No, not even close. We're not in infrastructurist territory. But you know what? I'm into it. You're never able to make tracks that clean? This is a bunch of lessons that I took from chat in Bayport. When we played in Bayport, it worked to overshoot with Anarchy on, and then back it up, and then use move it to, like, if you keep it perfectly straight, you can fix it like that. And then it's having a better custom asset than the vanilla one. One problem though, all this playing around here, and we're losing money again. Pretty fast. Wonder if it gets fixed. If we just like, okay. I've got a solution. I'm gonna pause it, and we're just gonna build and see what happens. Save now. Thank you. Okay, our cash. You are my real MVP of the day, because I would have. For anyone who wasn't in the last stream, we moved this church back from this area, and we crashed about 100,000 times, and then eventually I just said screw it. I was able to save, and then we just called it a day. So you saved us. Zone some good old RCI. We're coming back. I mean, we know the real cheat code too. The real cheat code is we could add another hotel. That was the other thing that we learned. Add a hotel, and you will make all the money. So now, more train tracks. Hotels are OP. Hotels are amazing. If you are struggling with money, download the UK region pack and throw a hotel in. Okay, 2 things I want to do. I want the train to cross the river, and I don't want to use eminent domain. So I'm going to throw in a train bridge first. Right about here. And then what I'm going to do basically is we're going to have a split. One branch will go this way. The other will go this way. And there's not really anything out here. So I guess maybe it could loop back around eventually once we head out this way. But I still want it to seem like this is going somewhere for a reason. And then right over here, I think I want to add, with Tygon's pack, we've got these mini train oil stops, and I feel like it would be perfect here. I don't know if we could have a spur line, because this takes coal. I don't know if we have a coal station actually. Oh, we do. A coal yard right here. Oh, that's huge. Yeah, I don't know if I want to place this in here. Maybe I'll let you guys help me with that. We could definitely. I think that the jump up might be kind of rough. We'd have to do something like this. What do you guys think? Place it and make it a terminus? That could work. Okay. Okay. I'm going to bite on that. I like that idea. I'll place it like right here. We'll get rid of this bridge. I do check YouTube chat as well, Matt. There's usually not as much YouTube chat. And I see it 15 seconds late, unfortunately. And actually, I look at the same spot for both YouTube and Twitch. I have combined chat. It's right there. Right there. I could branch out and terminate the coal plant. So we're already... Oh, that's even smarter. Yeah, that's a lot smarter. Well, let's look at the terrain. I wish I knew what this looked like. Yeah. Okay, here's where you guys get to vote. 2 spots. One spot's right here. I could put it right here, or I could leave it where it is. If it's right here, we're going to probably run a main line behind it. The only problem is I really want to have our passenger station right here. So... it's probably going to be something like this. We can make it work. We can make it work. So, okay. Forgive me, guys. I'm going to get cheesy real quick. We're not going to run out of money. We have unlimited money. It's easy. We will get rid of these. We'll put them somewhere better soon. But right now, that's how we're gonna make a boatload of money, be able to finance all of this. Okay, I'm gonna leave a quick poll. Yeah, we're spamming. Oh no! Can I do this? Hold on. You know the fun thing. In that parcel you don't own is where you'd probably put it personally. Well, that's where the passenger train station's going. We're gonna buy that parcel. Oh my goodness. I am not signed into Twitch and OBS, so I can't do a poll. And I forgot my password. I was about to lock myself out of my Twitch account. Thankfully, I figured it out. So I've had no idea how many people are viewing. Which mod gives you polygon parcels? The mod's called Manor Lords. Oh, my password is password1234. That's the most secure one. Time to ruin your economy with trains. Oh, it's time to improve your economy with hotels that are empty. Okay, where do we put the cargo depot? By river, by power plant. The other thing, so if I put it by the power plant, these roads are all going to be redone. So it's not going to be, I basically would probably bump this road back, go underneath, and this would be a kind of bridge over the top. So yeah, we'll see what you guys say. Poplar Ponderosa, good to see you in here, buddy. City Planner fails. I've been failing all day. Poplar Ponderosa, you missed all the good stuff, like the camera dying, City Skylines almost not launching. But also, the finest train depot that I've made so far, which isn't saying a lot, but it worked. It will. You're in here too. The camera died. Game not launching. You missed the party. You did. And then we also couldn't figure out tunneling, and then it just like happened by itself. YouTube. Twitch says 69%. Nice. Goes towards the power plant being right here by the power plant. Sorry. The train depot being by the power plant. Yes. Nice. Those sharp turns. Wait. Where are the sharp turns? Right here? Has to be. We're dropping down. Gotta go slow. Otherwise, it's nice and gentle. Meandering. City Planner Morning Stars. That's been a minute. I haven't thought about that in a long time. First time seeing your idea being implemented into someone else's city. That's what we do. Streams are all about hanging out and me learning from you guys. I think people get this idea that I just like, I'm this excellent City Skylines player. I'm actually the most mid City Skylines player that you know. And for some reason, people like to watch me. It doesn't matter how many hours I have. I'm still not that good at the game. Why not disable the train station to save upkeep until they're ready? Oh, because it doesn't matter anymore. That would be way too logical. Kind of like not disconnecting all the power from this and the rest of the city. That would also be logical. I'm not that logical, apparently. Let's... Okay. I need a plan to get back over here. I think the plan is that we don't connect to the highway directly yet. We connect over here. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. This has to go up. Not for this track. This track ends here. But I'm going to send the other track right here. This road will terminate right here. It's not actually going this way. The train track's going to be the what basically ends this street. So hold on. So this is the track that goes into the city. Constant slope. 90. Okay. Okay. That's how we'll figure that out. So this road, Amity Lane, needs to hop up over that. And then ground that one. And then we'll come off from here. We'll just have a branch. And I might just even single track this. Ah, almost had it. Almost had it. I was sunk in the zone for a second there. I'm sorry, guys. Um, I really thought that I had it. In one try. There we go. Good enough. That's what I'm thinking there. So now we need to get up and over the top. So I think that this whole road needs to bump up. I lost you guys again. I don't know why I keep doing this. Realistic track placement. You're into it? I like it. I like it. Hi, long-term YouTuber, first-time Twitcher. Love my content. Funk Chili. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. This would be done in real life. You know, I feel like this might be some of the best rail work so far. I'm gonna thank B. Squigelhausen for leading the way along with you guys. And maybe it's The Office. Okay. I've jinxed it. This is how everything gets screwed up. Okay. Can I get 7.5 over? Or does it have to be 8? My gosh. Come on. You can do this. Oh, I'm an idiot. I was ground. Oh my goodness. I was wondering why I couldn't get a bridge. It was 100% because I was making it a ground segment. There's my genius move of the day. That's some big brain stuff right there. Office? I'm not at my house. I gotta tell you, it's been wonderful needing to leave home. There were many days where I would go a long time without leaving home. I don't think that's healthy for people. I don't think it's a good thing to not leave home ever. Isn't 3 meters a bit over 9 feet seems really low? Well, yeah. That actually is way too low. It's a good call. That's a good call. We will we'll go back to the drawing board on that one. Okay. How about 10? That'd be, so 10 would be, if you feel me about leaving home? You work from home too and you barely leave the house? Yeah, I feel like my world got really small for a moment there. We clearing it now? Wow. Well, you know what? I'm gonna count that as a win. Yeah, the one thing I noticed, and if you work from home, I don't know if you experience the same thing, but I feel like everything started to feel far away from me. Like I didn't want to go up to a bunch of places because they're like, it's too far. And it wasn't that it's actually too far; it's just that I didn't go anywhere. So, whoops. So it's been nice reestablishing what distances are. There, that is a lot better. Thank you. Apparently it snowed this week and you had no idea. The office was shut down. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's a connected car thing. Built-in parasitic draw. No power outlet near the garage. I don't know what you're talking about. Big Glorious. I missed it. You work from home generally in the groceries. You have your groceries delivered, but yeah, I have to get out just every once in a while. Yeah. I feel like the only places I was going on a consistent basis was my kids' practice, and basically anything kid related. Which like that makes sense, but also like I need to get out more than that. But the big thing has just been not having as many distractions. It's been really nice. I don't know if you guys realize this. I used to do all of my videos in like one sitting. But basically, since I started doing this full time, that has stopped. And that's because I've been very available. And I get distracted easily. So I'll end up like, I'm sitting at home and I'll think, you know what? I could definitely do the dishes right now. So I should do the dishes. And, you know, like that, maybe I'll get a pot roast going. I can't make a pot roast here. And that's a good thing for me. Would I say that CS2 has improved on quite a bit since launch? Diversity of assets. The modding scene has really helped a lot. The game was pretty challenged for a while. The mods have helped out a lot, but all of that's to say, the game has become very dependent on the modding scene. And though I love the modding scene, and the modders have really made this a special game, man, they need to change something. Like, there are so many things that I thought would have been vanilla that are not vanilla, that it's just kind of crazy. Like it's at this point, it's just kind of crazy that we have to have a mod for it. So the problem with a mod is that mods break. It's not part of, I mean, if you're playing on GeForce now, you can't do it. And you know, like they're basically banking on features being added by people who aren't them. So I really hope that at some point, some of this modding, I thought that this would happen, and it has not, or it didn't. It didn't in the way that I had hoped. I hope that they take a serious look at the most popular mods, and I would either like them to just outright take them over and like make them a pack that you could download, like regardless of what console if you're playing a console or you know, PlayStation or Xbox in the future, or I just think they need to make them core features of the game. Like, if almost everyone plays with Move It, why isn't Move It in the game? I mean, it's in the game for Planet Coaster, you know. It's in the game for a bunch of other games. Give us Move It in the game. Just do it. Let people sell their mods, obviously. Community does a better job than the game studio. That's a terrible idea. I feel like if that were to happen, yeah, you would get a lot more mods. I get real mixed emotions about that. Like, if you are a modder, I do think that you deserve the opportunity to make revenue from things that you do. But I would much rather that Colossal Order's doing it. You know, like if they, like, for instance, if they decided to have a content creator pack of popular mods, and then they dedicated resources behind it so the mods never break, that to me is a lot more stable a way of doing it. But then again, I have to ask, why aren't we just making these a core part of the game? You know, like, I think of A good example, all of the functionality in Anarchy right now. Like, I can't imagine that this is super difficult to create. In fact, in Anarchy, it adds it to the road services menu. So like, it already happens. Like there are already other things you toggle in here. Why can't I add a key wall? I don't know. Games shouldn't rely on modders to make their games run or become better. I completely agree. Completely agree. So that's kind of where I'm at. Like the game has gotten a lot better, but what has also gotten a lot better are the mods, and the mods, for me at least, the mods have kept the game a level of relevant that I don't know it would have had without them. So, yeah. Didn't realize I don't have highways unlocked. Gotta unlock those. I can't reconnect this road. For you, you don't have the patience to keep up with which mod is best or been abandoned or replaced or broken during an update. I agree. That is definitely Big Glorious. That's definitely a concern as well. So that's the other thing about modding. I love modding. However, it also means that every game update day is also the most frustrating day in the world for the game. Like if you're just a general fan of the game, now rather than just experiencing like euphoria over an update to your favorite game, you now get to experience the pain of waiting for, a dozen modders to fix their mods. They might not know how to fix it, like they might be done with the game and abandon it, which is their right. So yeah, there's a whole variety of reasons why I feel like these mods should be incorporated into the base game. Speaking of mods, I'm going to use a mod to fix this. This isn't going to be a gigantic viaduct like this. Although, maybe it will be part of it. We have to have a bridge right here. I want to get a road underneath here to connect up. Maybe I don't love this either, but maybe we need an interchange. Maybe that's the actual solution here. No, I'll do another viaduct. I'll try to do it over a short span and come this way. More infrastructure? Yeah, and we're at a spot now where I can't even play the game because the city's dying. So, we're building all of the infrastructure today. You appreciate all that I do. The Ultimate Beginner guys are amazing. I appreciate that. Another one is going to be coming. Although I feel bad. I feel like the next Beginner's Guide is supposed to overlap with the next episode of Sakuna Beach. Or it kind of does. So I was going to do it soon. But it might be later to give a little bit of separation so that I can think of a way to differentiate the two. I don't want to give you guys the same thing twice. There are a lot of viaducts over industrial areas in real life. That's true. Yeah, maybe I just do leave it here. Yeah, I kind of dig it. Okay, I'm gonna find another way over here with another viaduct because this is too big of a gap right here. So maybe something like this. make sure I have anarchy off. Hold on. Here we go. You personally think it's a bit weird that the game developers are apparently don't want to provide a complete, well-rounded game from day one. Like you said in one of your videos about the mods in CS2, the in-game experience without mods and missing a lot is not fun. You don't know that you play without mods. So here's what I've gathered in the conversations that I've had. I don't know that they agree that it's an incomplete experience. Like in terms of the functionality that they want to add, I think that they might fundamentally, I got the impression, and I've gotten the impression that they're trying to make the game as approachable as possible. And this game is very complicated now. But I don't necessarily think that the way that they're making it approachable is the right way. Like, the right way would have been toggling settings that, like let's say homelessness actually worked. Let's live in a world where homelessness works. The way to make the game more approachable is to make homelessness toggleable. So, like, when you start the game, if you don't like homelessness, you turn it off. And now the game is easier. But if you want that puzzle to solve, you have the opportunity to do that if you want to. Like that to me is how you make the game easier, not by having, I don't know if you guys remember, the original economy of the game was just a joke. It basically played the game for you. Reasonably, I feel like it was probably, if I'm being totally honest, I think it might have just been covering up some of the shortcomings of the simulation by just kind of like doing stuff for you. But that's not the way to do it. Like, people don't want that. I feel like, and people don't want some of these mods that they love to not be incorporated because it make the game too hard. I think it actually makes the game easier. What makes the game hard is not being able to toggle things that you don't want to deal with. You've always said there should be an arcade mode and advanced mode. I completely agree on the nerdy side. Completely agree. You think the economy should be selectable at the beginning of the game between the old and new version? I get why they don't want to do that. I like the idea of the arcade mode. I really do. Because I think that there are some people who, I think a lot of people would fall into this. When I think of someone who might really fall into this, I think of like a Canadian Moose. Who, like, Canadian Moose always says, I want my city to be functional. But at the same time, I think that Canadian Moose also cares a lot about detailing. Perhaps more than anything else. And would be willing to sacrifice a little bit of the depth of the simulation to be able to detail until his heart's content. But I could be wrong about that. You almost broke your ankles going from CS1 to CS2? Yellow Bojangles, how did what? How's my day going? Good now. And honestly, the changes that we've made today, I think are solid. I was really nervous about what was about to happen because it's Rail. And you guys know my well-earned reputation for being one of the worst Skylines players at Rail. But it hasn't been that bad. Everything's working out. Happy Valentine's Day. Thank you. My plans are to stay home and make meat. I'm basically like Arby's. That's That's how I show my love to my family. I'll make them a big steak. Maybe it's not the most orthodox way. Keeping it real. I feel like we're keeping it super real today. Okay. So I should be able to I want to resume the game again. So I'm just going to take a look and see what I need to reattach to be able to do that. And then we'll just get it going again. In an ideal world, they would do proper testing and wouldn't have released an unfinished product. I think the I agree. Where I've landed on all of that is I think Paradox made a real bad mistake with that. I also I think that it was the choice between not having a game. Like, I do wonder how close Skylines 2 was to just getting canned. And, when I think of it like that, would I rather have Skylines 2 that takes a while to come to where I want it to be, and I can still mess around with it while it gets there, or would I just rather have it canned? I'd much rather have broken Skylines than that as the outcome. And I do think that was I think that was on the table. All right, we're resuming it. We're good. City's operational. One quick thing. You prefer this instead of what happened to Kerbal Space Program 2? Yeah. What a sad outcome for that game. I don't know. It also feels like, if I'm being just totally upfront, it feels like a real false choice as well. Someone brought the 50 series launch for the GPUs. It kind of feels like that in many ways. We're as gamers, kind of being they're setting our expectations to accept a lot of garbage, which I really hate. Like unfinished games, games that cost more, like Civ costing $70. I don't have as many problems with Civ as a lot of people have, but I don't think $70 is a fair price for the game. Not if they're gonna give less content than they used to. Graphics cards are just expensive luxury products for no reason, like lots of crazy things, or life being this game. I have this game. I can't show it to you, I don't think, but I do have it, and I have played it. But who will provide line go up for the shareholders? Well, and line must always go up. Understand that. Line can never go down. Yeah, the flanks die. I know. I didn't sign anything. I don't know what I'm allowed to say or not say about it. So I'm just not going to say anything. Outside of, I get it. I get the outcome. That's all I'll say. That's it. Oh, whoa. I did not mean to make a small mountain. I got a little excited right there. Wanted to smooth. There's no NDA if the game doesn't exist. I also didn't sign an NDA. So still, I do appreciate that they talk to me now. They don't have to. My daughter did something bad, and I had to explain to her that, like, They're you don't have the right to anything. Everything's a privilege in this world. And if you do bad things, there are consequences. And it doesn't have to be you think it's a bad thing. It could be someone else thinks it's a bad thing. And if someone else thinks it's a bad thing, it could be bad enough that, you lose your privileges. Basically, what I'm trying to say is I don't want to be put in a paradox timeout. I like being able to make the region pack videos. You never wanted more to see a CS2 Life by You crossover? Okay, that's what I plan on doing, guys. The reason why I'm so bummed about it is my goal was to not have the intros with the drawn character art. I was going to actually create the characters in Life by You and kind of mirror specific buildings in my cities in Life by You, and then just tell the story in there. And then, I thought that would be a really interesting way of presenting the stories that I'm telling at the start of the game, but it just didn't work. Yeah, kind of like The Sims and SimCity. Yeah, so that was my goal. Maybe someday. That day is not today. You heard they saw Inzo and couldn't compete with it, which is why they canceled? I mean, I don't know that. Maybe. My problem with Inzo, and honestly, my problem with Life by You, and I'll say this from what I saw in videos, make it very clear, is that both games were very serious. And that's my forever problem with this game too, is SimCity was just had a levity to it that just made it really fun to play. There are little playful jokes all the way through all the way through the game, and that just doesn't really exist in this. And that's a place where I think that if you want to nail it, if you want to be realistic, you have to be super realistic. And if you want to, and if you don't want to be super realistic, you gotta be funny. Yeah, the llamas. Exactly. Life by You secret stream when? I'll tell you when it is after I sign off today. The original Sims and SimCity were just goofy, but they're with some whimsy. So part of why people kept coming back. I completely agree. It was just the silliness. Except for the radio host. Okay. Hi, Brant, you're right. My problem is the radio seems bugged, and I don't want to play with it on. Like, it's, even if I weren't recording videos, the songs just like, there's like 2 stations that have songs I like, and then a bunch of stuff I don't want to listen to. So yeah, that's where I'm at with those. So much money, you thought we were poor? Well, that's when we decided to open up a hotel complex. And once we open up our hotel complex, we have all the money in the world. We don't need to worry about money at all anymore. So I want to get this running, and then we'll build our train station here. And that'll probably be where we end today, after we get that little area. And I want to do a couple blocks around it. Nothing extravagant. SimCity really limits you. There's almost no stuff that you can do without limits. So I agree with you there. However, one of the nice things about that is that within those limits, it just works. So I feel like if you're going to have everything be that limited, you also need to, it all needs to work really well. Like when I played SimCity 2013, that was one of the things I realized is that like, the game was limited, very limited. However, what we had was like really, really tight. And I see you. We're gonna see. We'll see how much time we have. I still want to do a little bit of a Segunda Beach stuff. I'm really excited about the next couple of videos. I'm just really pumped about. Look at this. The trains, they store on those tracks that we placed. I just love that. That is awesome. Tygon just did such a great job with this. I've been trying to convince Tygon to set up a donation link because I'd love to donate to Tygon. Refuses. Labor of love. Tygon with the super long trains, all the excellent rail infrastructure put together. Just love it. I don't even like playing the game without this now. Yeah. Especially the mobile version of SimCity. Wow, the mobile version of SimCity is garbage. I'm not going to say that... I'll just say that I do sponsorships, but I have to like the product. And there have been some sponsorships that have come my way that maybe it seemed like a great fit. But if I think it's a low quality product, you better believe I'm not doing it. There's not a chance. That's read between the lines there. Oh, Raid Shadow Legends. I could have, with how many times Raid Shadow Legends has reached out to me. Raid and the other one, DC Mobile something. I could just stop making videos and just make videos about that and retire off to an island. Because they want to pay you a whole bunch to show, just bluntly garbage, which is not okay. Like, sponsorships are super helpful. Like, they're super helpful. They provide consistency when you might not otherwise have it in terms of your revenue. And when you have like an editor or now an office space to pay for, having that consistency can be really helpful. But the only reason that as a creator you're able to do any of this is because your community believes and supports in you. And I feel like the quickest way to lose that is to talk about Raid Shadow Legends a whole bunch. And also, like, I don't know why they would be super excited for a bunch of comments that say, hey, dude, go get that bag. Go get that bag. That's what you got to do. So, yeah, that's where I stand on that. Selling your soul is definitely a choice. It is. City Planner raids. That's what Manor Lords is all about. I watched a video from Potato McWhiskey where he talked about some of the things he's been going through with Civ 7 and the way he's been treated. And he talked a lot about sponsorships. And it really resonated with me because, like, yeah, people have no idea. Like, I get sponsorship offers every single day. Like, I turn down 95% of them, 99% of them. It's a weird thing. So many low quality things and opportunities to do crazy things that don't make sense. You love for EA access to try to make another SimCity game? You think they can't really compete with City Skylines? I don't think it's that at all. I think it's like, why was SimCity 5 canceled? I think it's because they're just super... Oh, Gary, you just reminded me. I gotta mention something in a minute, but let me finish this thought. I think that SimCity, 2K, a lot of those bigger studios, when microtransactions became a thing, it became really easy to not develop new games. Hold on, I gotta know. So this is overkill for us. The historical train station. This is what I use for the thumbnail on YouTube. We don't need this many platforms, but it's a very nice looking building. The other options are French Station, which is much smaller. Also a very nice looking building. I don't want to go with the vanilla train station. I think it's ugly. And then we've also got this colorful Eastern European train station, which could also fit well. I have not asked YouTube any questions today. I'm going to try. YouTube, you get to vote on this one. I'll give you a minute. I don't know if my timer works here. So we'll see. What train station? And I don't mean to yell at you. My caps lock key's on and I'm not going to retype it. So French, Eastern European, or what packed this? Yeah, okay, that's the German, the historic Central Station. Historic Central Station. You know, and I'll leave you guys the colors too. French is red, and historic is tan. Okay, YouTube. All up to you guys. Phil yelling at YouTube favors Twitch, confirmed. I mean, I am wearing a Twitch sweatshirt. It's very comfortable. Yamato. Hello City Planner Plays. Finally caught you on stream. I just want to thank you for all the tutorials and advice on the City Skylines games. Thank you. Appreciate you for being here. I have not looked at activity in a hot minute. I know that I've missed some things. So the Pirate King, thank you for becoming a member. Go check out the new video. It's up early access. Yellow Bojangles, thank you for the Prime. Our Tom Star, thank you for 2 months of Prime. Soy Fabulous, thank you for 4 months of Prime. Lashevsky, thank you for the Prime. Joy, thank you for the Prime. JPM, thank you for 14 months of Tier 1. Xavier, thank you so much for the Prime. Jevons, thank you for the Super Chat. That's a nice tunnel. I should make more. Robert the Brews, thank you for 5 months of Tier 1. Hello, it's your favorite skull chanting Minnesotan. Well, Robert, our teams finished the same this year. Losers. Chubachi, thank you so much for the Prime. 2 months of Prime. Mana Lily, thank you for the Prime. Dr. Beekman, thank you so much for the resub. Trains Europe resubs. Oh my, thank you. That Danny Rankin, thank you for the Prime. Lord of Llamas, thank you for the 15 months. I'm looking mint with the new lighting in the background, the new office setup. Hope I've been okay. Hope I've been well. I've been really well. So thank you. The lightings will get better. I only have one light right now, but it is the light that I have above me is significantly better than the other lights I have. The Elgato key lights, they're fine, but this is a professional light. And then the paint color is supposed to be one that I can really control really well. So yeah. Cheated and voted on YouTube. Pagan, I fully support that. I think that you should. So we're gonna end it. YouTube says historic Central train station. Very close was the Eastern European. So it's 45 for the historic train station, 31 for Eastern European. French was only 24. It's good that I asked because I was about to place the French one. But we'll place this. What I'm gonna do to try to make this work, I think I'm gonna back Hickory Lane off. And we'll do something like that. We've got to connect up this road. I want a secondary access into this city. I'm not 100% sure how we get it yet, but it's going to happen. Uh, wait, what did Vainglorious say? Do we have a soccer field yet? I guess it's not really European without one, is it? Although I can tell that you're not from Europe because you called it soccer. Oh, I hate this. I do not like this at all. That looks bad. Um, Holy Angle Batman. So what I wanted to do, my inclination was probably to do something that's not realistic. What I wanted to do was this. This is what to me feels right. I don't know. What do you guys think? It's kind of branching out from there and sweeping in. That looks like a mess, though. Please change the Spring Lane Viaduct into a rail crossing since the viaduct is overkill for such a small road with almost no traffic. Hold on to that thought. I think that this road specifically serves this area. And if you're the rail company, you would much rather have the road be a viaduct than this. So the Fawn Street one has to exist. But yeah, the Spring Lane, I feel like if you're the train company, that road serves your business. You would much rather have this bridge, this crazy viaduct, than your train elevate. That's my thought there. The curve looks good to you? This is acceptable? The dimple? Oh, right there. That doesn't look good. Coffee World. Just think of it this way: the more problems you create, the more jobs could be created to address them. I like your style. You're making government workers happy, which is there's, at least where I am, there's not a lot of happiness in that realm. I have a lot of friends who are not very happy. A lot of stress. Ooh, look at that. A little bit of move it action. It just, that's the movement right there. I like that. Yeah. Some call you a troublemaker. Others call you a job creator. I'll call you a job creator. Yeah, I leave that. I leave that. Yeah, we don't honestly need to go anywhere with this today, but I just feel like for my own sanity, I've got to. I feel like this wouldn't feel finished without this. Oh yeah. I feel really good about this. This could have gone one of many ways, and I think it went the only way that this was positive. This was positive, and that was not necessarily a surefire thing. I wonder. That actually looks pretty good. I dig it. The rail is becoming less of a struggle. Uh, Gary, DC is on pins and needles. Oh. Yes. Yeah. My wife is not in DC, but she is deeply affected by it as a federal employee too. So yeah, I feel you. Definitely got the super cool email. Would you like to not have a job? That is an option. All you have to do is send us an email response back and you will lose your job, but you'll get paid. Maybe. Yeah. Wouldn't be CPP without leaving a tree on the track. I like to think of the trees on the track as an adventure and a challenge for the conductors. That's why I like to leave them. It makes it much more adventurous. It's Doge track. If it were Doge track, what we would do is we would just fire everybody except for the janitor here and let the janitor also be the manager and also conduct all operations in here. And then we'd wait to see an explosion happen. That's the move right there. I love it. You know, I'm not going to get political. I will say, though, it's very funny to call people bureaucrats, unelected bureaucrats, while you're also an unelected bureaucrat. I find the irony there to be just hilarious. And I don't think it's political to not think it's right to have a whole bunch of people who have spent their lives trying to do public service, just firing them arbitrarily when the federal budget is really only 15% employees, and it's the rest of it is most of the federal spending in any country is not the people, it's the cost of the program. So if you want to actually address the problems, I think it's good, but address the problem. Don't just be political. That's garbage. So that's where I'm going to end, because I did veer into politics. And I am angry, but it is what it is. I can be angry and just stew in my feelings. That's the world that we live in. Yeah. Elon's a piece of garbage. That is something I've said for a long time, and I will continue to say. Elon Musk is one of the worst people in the world. There we go. Milestone 6. And if I will also say this, if you're in here and you think that I'm wrong, and if it bothers you a ton, I don't really care. Elon's a terrible person. That is one of the places where I will just draw a line and say I don't really care how anyone feels about my opinion about that, because I am right. The richest man in the world is a bad guy. Shocker. I don't know. I don't understand why so many people glaze him. They're just they think that he's like this great person who cares about you. Elon does not care about you. I don't know what Elon cares about at all. I think he's suffering from player one syndrome, and he thinks that I think he's honestly very bored, and it's got to be very lonely having no one to be able to relate to you, which I do think that he's in a spot now. When you become that wealthy, not only is it bad for the rest of the world that incomes are that disproportionately accumulating with one person, to a point that it's an amount of resources available that just he couldn't spend if he wanted to. And that's obvious. Buying Twitter and destroying it didn't impact him a moment. But it also means that you just kind of do a lot of crazy things because none of it matters. He could just dismantle whole pieces of the government, and he could end up, it could end up negatively impacting his stock price at Tesla. And it doesn't really matter to him. He'll be fine. It could be cut in half, and he'll still be a multi-billionaire. It doesn't matter to him. His brain is also fried from ketamine. Yeah. I think you might be onto something there. All billionaires are terrible people. I don't like to have a sweeping generalization because I don't know every billionaire. But I will say that the concept of billionaires is troubling to me. I find it to be very troubling. Just because, for a variety of reasons. I think that just accumulating that kind of resource, that amount of resources with one person, it's just not healthy for a functioning society. Well, thank you for the hype train. Apparently, all I have to do is start ranting about Elon Musk. You guys are into it. People in Germany about 60% less Tesla. I would not be caught dead in a Tesla. No, there's no way. I super believe in electric vehicles. Super believe in them. I think it's a necessary step. I don't think it's possible to get everyone out of their car. And I do think it is possible to get people who want to drive in a car that pollutes less. But I would not drive a Tesla. Which is impressive. If you're turning away the people who would be into your stuff, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it all wrong. Oh, by the way, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just like ranting about Elon Musk and drawing roads. I don't know why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm just doing it. Wish you could afford a Rivian. I mean, Rivians are very nice. I hope that they're still around, though. I feel like a lot of the moves, as I will rant about Elon more, Elon doesn't really care about, I don't think he really cares about EVs, or whatever nonsense he says about like saving the climate or whatever. I don't think he really cares. And I think that's evident by him trying to get rid of the subsidies. Like that was his idea because he wants less competition. He likes the idea of having no competition, which I get. Having no competition makes you, ideally makes more people buy your thing. Unless of course you're an idiot that no one likes, outside of people who wouldn't buy your car, which I find to be the other ironic thing. Like, you want a BZX4? What is that? Jesus Savior Complex? I think that was that at one point. I don't know what it is anymore. If Rivian survives for the RX or the R3X, it's going to replace your i5 with that. Okay. Yes. I will say that is one of the coolest cars. The design of it is just sick. Like, I don't necessarily consider myself, I'm not a huge car guy. But that design, it reminded me a lot of my first car. I had a Ford Escort, which not a cool design. But that Rivian, super cool. Super cool. I'm making the terrain respect me. I want to just do a couple of blocks. And if I'm just being honest, I don't want to struggle. I've been struggling with terrain, and I just want a couple of blocks that are just like super simple, meet some of the needs that we have, and they're just enjoyable to build. And we'll get back to the struggle in the next stream. But I feel like this has been the easiest build that we've had so far in this, and I want to keep it up. It doesn't need to be too flat. I just want 2 blocks of ease. Electric cars do pollute less, but the process of creating them pollutes much more than just the regular gas cars. EVs also take the fun away. The smartest move would be to bring hydrogen. I disagree with most of what you're saying in that. Um, so EV production, from what I've read, is not dramatically worse than producing internal combustion cars. What I will say is we don't know what we're going to do with some of the materials that produce them. And that's probably the thing that people aren't really talking about. What do we do with the EV battery? Because that is a reasonable thing. And I've mentioned that my family has an EV. Let me tell you, when it was -20, we made the mistake of taking our EV and tried to charge it at -20. Thank goodness there was an Applebee's close by, because we got in the car and it said, your car will be charged in an hour and a half. It was like, whoa, that was not what we were banking on. So there are some legitimate concerns about them, but I don't think that the ones that you mentioned are necessarily those concerns. And in terms of fun, EVs are way more fun to drive. If you've driven an EV, they're way more fun to drive than internal combustion engine. I will say that I feel like a lot of the people who have a problem with the way they drive just haven't driven one, because they are an absolute blast, absolute pleasure to drive. As far as hydrogen, I think that, yeah, it could work. Unfortunately, hydrogen has a lot of the same problems as CNG and that EVs have in terms of, I think, safety in collisions. And I think that would be something, even if it's just a perception issue, they're going to have to work their way around that issue, because I think that that's a legitimate concern that people have, that you hit the fuel for a hydrogen vehicle and it explodes. So we'll have to see. Let's see what they do with that. Hydrogen would be cheap to produce at the nuclear power plants. We got to actually build the nuclear power plants for that, though. Hydrogen requires too much infrastructure. So does gas cars. We figured that out. I feel like everything requires a lot of infrastructure until there's motivation behind doing it. Just imagine if when gas cars first were a thing, if you would have said every single city in the world and every small town is going to have a gas station. It would have sounded insane. And then the thought that we're going to have to refuel those places, the infrastructure for that, how crazy does that whole concept sound? Yet, where there's a will, and more specifically, when there's money to be made, it'll happen. So I'm less concerned about that. It's the same thing with EV chargers. I feel like if the EV adoption rate were to really pick up, there's a world where I could see there being a lot of interest in EV chargers, because people are forced to be captive at the charging station for way longer than at a gas station. So who wouldn't want to own an EV charger? If you're a business owner, just reasonably. There's a reason you see pics of old cars with jerry cans strapped to the top of them. The infrastructure took a long while. Yeah, absolutely. And think about the switch between leaded and unleaded vehicles. That in my lifetime, I still remember there being a gas station in town that sold leaded fuel. That switch was not overnight, though. Oh, whoops. You know, it was an underrated car, Chevy Volt. I'd agree with that. I also think that the Bolt, it's had its problems, but I drove a Bolt as a municipal vehicle, and super frumpy looking car, just like not attractive. But if you've ever driven one, they're so fast. Like they're deceptively fast and very fun to drive. Hopefully you guys see the vision of what I'm doing, which is I've made a mess. But because I wanted to flatten all this out, I figure we should switch back down. Maybe we'll make some sort of park over here where you could sit and watch the trains come in, because I find that to be pretty relaxing to be able to look at trains. And kind of interesting. So we'll have some sort of scenic overlook here at some point, and it'll be a nice place to hang out. Only one-way streets to and from the station. The problem is, if I were to use, I don't have Road Builder in here, do I? I don't. If I were to do that, the only one-way street that I have, I either go with the super wide one-way streets that have parking on both sides and I add a bunch of stuff to it, or, and those to me just feel too American, or I add this one, the alleyway, which honestly, maybe we should be doing that. You get to park on these, which is why I haven't been using them. But European cities do have parking. It's just very, very messy in comparison to America's overbuilding of parking. Very organized. And you can admire the power plant. Heck yeah. Who wouldn't want to just sit here and look at the smoke going up? And for anyone who missed this in the last streams, the wind blows towards the city, so everyone here is getting polluted. Hi from Israel. Hi. Great smog views. You don't just get the smog view, you get to inhale the smog. Someone should hire a city planner, because this was bad planning. It's bad planning. You know? Someday we'll have a rich neighborhood over here where no one has to deal with any of that smog. Good time to be a physician? As you say that. To be frank, you have smog issues in Germany right now, so this is a little bit of added realism. Okay, I think that these blocks might be too big, but we're just gonna try. Endish. Basically, I want to fill this area up and this one right here. That's gonna be it. This is gonna be a park. I don't know what I want to do here yet, though. Part of me wants to bring in. I've really been reluctant to bring in the California foliage pack, but part of me wants to bring it in just because I want some more color. Back in the day, no one's going to be paying attention to wind direction. No. What you'd see back in the day is just people focusing on the transportation access. That would kind of trump everything. So, right here, having access to the water would be the most important thing for all of this. And now for the power plant, in a world of make-believe, we have the ability to get coal from the river and from this coal yard right here. So, yeah, I think that would matter more than anything else. And these industries provide a rationale for people living close by. So, yeah. Two things. So I'm gonna put in this. I'm gonna get this thing operational because I feel like it's time. And then Gary mentioned something in a YouTube comment that I thought made a lot of sense. Basically, I still am going to be building the PCs. The parts are actually in the office and on a streams in the next little while. I will be sure to do that once I have a table set up where I can show you guys. But Gary recommended that instead of doing it now, doing the giveaway anytime in the next little while, we wait until after all the region packs are done. And I agree with that idea. We wait till the region packs are done. You can use all the region packs to make the city, and then, move on from there. Must be a short life expectancy here. They're turning around to go park. Yeah. There's so little parking in this community that this road right here is attracting people. That's awesome. We get our first train. Is it empty? It is. Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to stop delaying. Let's just do it. So let's see. Actually, I wonder. I want to look at the German. There are German signature buildings. Why are they not showing up? Huh. Okay, the department store is really big. The corner building, that one could work. The row building. I think I'm going to steal one of these assets even before I'm able to unlock it. It's probably... well, hold on. Screwing it all up. Department... I wonder if it's under corner pieces. Ah. Okay. I don't know where this is. Rest in peace, Shoop Dog? Who is Shoop Dog? The wind direction should change like it does. Yeah, that would be helpful. Donald Shoop? I have no idea who Donald Shoop is. That is that. I would be... Oh, Donald Shoop. Yes. Did he just die? I guess I'm not sure. I know the book you're talking about. I know someone who contributed to that book. I think of that person. Yeah, I didn't realize he passed. The last week has been a blur to me. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. Makes me want to reach out to... As a tribute to him, $50 parking spots. I mean, that is a way for us to balance our budgets. Unfortunately, I don't know that we can... Oh, we already have it. We already have a $50 roadside parking fee. That we've already given him that. He would be proud. No, that book, there's someone in Madison that contributed to it. And I referenced it when coming up with, I helped write a plan to basically, it came up, I created an algorithm to determine how much people, basically for businesses always want more parking than they need. And in some areas, fine, give them what they want. But in a very urban context, that is terrible, and generally makes urban places worse. So in the downtown area in particular, that was one of the things is if you want to overbuild parking, you've got to do something else to offset what you're doing. Otherwise, we are going to basically just try to find a way to incentivize you not to do this. And there were lots of other incentives in there. Tried to make it not too stick heavy. Very much a hated plan though. I definitely went to I went to the Chamber of Commerce and just I didn't get openly booed, but I got looks. Okay. Let's go for the biggest corner pieces that we can get. We'll go with level 1 so it feels legit. Trains in Germany doesn't have a nice history. We're not gonna think about that. We're gonna just enjoy putting down some nice train stations. I did this backwards, but we're not going to think about that either. I think I'll spin that around with. I'm gonna roll the dice and move it. I'll throw a road and I'll clone it. I think I'll probably just take some of these awkwardly shaped blocks and turn them into like park space or a plaza. Got to disable all the fillers. The book is honestly a really good read, despite being a textbook in reality. It is a very good read. But that was a big inspiration for all of that policy work. Books like that really explain what I feel like it makes it. Books like that make it easy for people who aren't interested in planning to get why all of that free parking is not good. Like some people will equate the free parking as a way to add vibrancy to your community. That was something that when I worked in a suburban community, it's really difficult to explain to people like, I know that you think that this is going to make your city a better place and more desirable for businesses, but it's actually going to make your city much worse. It's a tough conversation, very tough conversation. If you want to find the German department store, I need to disable the filters. What? Okay, hold that thought. I really do want to find it. I would love to place. So I think that the perfect place for the department store would be right here or right here. So that like you walk in and you get this amazing place to shop. And while you're waiting for your train to come, you could grab something or grab a bite to eat and then go into the train station and find your way out of town if that's what you want to do. town near every light rail station is trying to establish a street grid. Every street has street parking. Enhances the pedestrian experience. You wanted to scream. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily saying that having street parking enhances the pedestrian experience. It means that you have more cars trying to park there. And if there's anything that City Skylines 2 does a very good job of simulating, it's that. Parking should be priced exactly as such that every spot is filled. Yeah. Yeah. That is what Shoop says. That is what that is one of the main takeaways of that book. What? I don't know why that one looks so much worse. We will just deal. We will just deal. I'm gonna move this road back so that it looks nice and tight, or see if I can center these inside of there to get them to not look like hot garbage. I'm not 100% sure that I'm gonna be successful with that though. Oh. The autosave, it tricks me every single time. If there's no reason to park, then there's no reason to debate about how much it's a cost. I mean, parking. There's always induced demand. I mean, at a certain point, if it's easier to drive than any other mode of transportation, there are going to be a significant number of people that decide that that is the best route for them to take to get there. So, like, I hear what you're saying, but also, like, part of the reason for that is a choice in the city design. So if you make it so, it is so. It will be so. So that's why it's incumbent upon planners and urbanists in general to not provide that. You know, provide other ways. Because even if you are an urbanist, even if you like cities, sometimes convenience wins out. I don't know if I can get this. Oh, this is back. Oh. Oh my goodness. My hotkeys are all screwed up. Same if mass transit costs more than driving. Well, cost isn't just money. And that was something that, like, so in the TDM plan that I put together, one of the ways that you could meet your TDM requirements, because it was required for every building, based on its size and the trip generation rates that were assumed for it in my algorithm. Basically, you could meet some of your requirements and get your building approved by offering transit passes or improving transit infrastructure around your facility. The thing about that, though, is, you know, I think a lot of businesses don't view that to be an equal. But the reason they're not equal oftentimes is not that it's not that it's a lesser option, which is, I think, the way that some of those folks view it. It's that if you treat it as a lesser option, it will become a lesser option. So like time matters, comfort matters. I do think that a lot of the things that they talked about in Skylines about like the reasons why people decide to take one mode of transit over the other, like that's real. Like people will decide like I'm gonna take the bus because it's more convenient, it gets me there faster, it costs less, or they'll decide, you know what, I'm gonna drive my car for those exact same reasons. That's been a criticism of transit in my city for a long time. Is we had a hub and spoke model for years, about 30 years, I believe it was, which meant that you had coverage everywhere, but you always had to transfer. Just not very efficient, and that makes people not want to take it. Okay, the way that we're going to solve this is a pedestrian road right here, and then we'll put a plaza on top of it so you can't see it. So it looks terrible right now, but it'll get a lot better. It will get a lot better. Your runner, it's often faster than public transit. Sherlock, my wife is a runner and she says the exact same thing. She'll tell me all the different places that she'll tell me how far she gets away from home. It's like, holy cow, I would never think of being able to get there without with the only form of transportation being your feet. But that is a pretty damning indictment of transit. If you can actively run there at a human normal average human speed, that's not good. That means that the transit has failed. 8 miles per hour. Yeah, if your transit can get you there at less than 8 miles per hour, because it's either stopping too much or it's indirect, or it's not quality transit. Okay. I'm gonna do this one block, but before I do this, we talked about someone mentioned that I could get the German department store by turning off filters. So what am I disabling? What am I doing to make this happen? Why am I paused? There's no signature building button. Except for this one. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Go to commercial. Okay. I'm in commercial. It's right there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's right there. I just had to not have the German filter on. Okay, well, thank you. That was very helpful. Oh, wow. That's a big boy right there. We're not going for the row building yet, but let's see this one we can. This one I feel good about. Although, wasn't there two? No, that's the big one. This is way not okay yet. Way too big. That's too crazy. We are basically plopping a city, but we're not going that hard. Not yet. We'll get there. Okay. I'm going to get rid of some surfaces so that we can put a cohesive surface. You love that placement in front of the train station? Thank you. Yeah, I think it. I think it personally. I think it makes a lot of sense. Shoot, I should have left those. You might have to forgive a little bit of Phil created madness. I might just. I don't want to do it, but I might just replace that one. I basically just wanted to get rid of these surfaces at the front because they get pretty messy. I want to redraw some. Keep space for a tram in front of the train station, maybe? That's not a bad idea. I think we have it. But I'll formalize it. I tell you what. There. I really like that idea. So we're not using many of these, and I'm gonna get rid of the parking in front of that right away too. But I appreciate that suggestion. I was not really thinking about that. So let's see. Since we have to redo some of those anyway, might as well just clean it all up. Right, pay the premium to live close to transport or suffer with traffic. That is always the issue. People don't think about the cost of transportation, just generally. Painful to do that, but easy enough to fix. That was the whole reason I'm doing this is because I botched those surfaces. So sorry guys. I know. Been doing a lot of redoing the work today. You don't save as much money as you thought you would on your bike. Really? So the question for me in that regard would be, did you just not travel all that much before you got your bike? Because when I rode my bike everywhere, I feel like I saved a ton of money. My car still cost me money because it was getting parking tickets though. And I was still paying for insurance, even though I said that I used it as a, what was that? What is the category? It wasn't a daily commuter. It was a pleasure vehicle. Because you could save money on your insurance if you drive less than 5,000 miles a year and you call it a pleasure vehicle. Which I think they're thinking of like a Corvette as a pleasure vehicle, not a Hyundai Sonata, but you know, to each their own. You buy shoes twice a year? That's your transportation budget? Shoes get expensive. If that's your primary motive, or at least I hope they're getting expensive for you, because that means that you're buying quality footwear. And if you're gonna, if that's gonna be your primary mode of transportation, you really should be. So we're gonna use the Dresden inspired street markings again, which of course cover up the streets. And I think I'm going to, I don't want this to cover up the inside, so I've got to loop back around somewhere. I think I will use this as the opportunity to do it. Just beautiful. Algendo with these, like, just super clutch with these assets. I'm gonna see if I can back up. You guys kind of see the pavement. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It is a thing of beauty. Oh, pain. I inadvertently clipped those in. I just wanted to not have whatever was happening here happen, but yeah. Needs more greens. So what I plan on doing is I want to throw down, we've got some of the planter boxes. I'll throw planter boxes around here, and then there'll be trees on either side. Probably some sort of a path through here to make this an even more direct connection to, I guess, all the parking. Do I think that CS2 will get vehicle assets? You hope creators are working on it? I do. When is the question? I mean, I know of creators that want to do it. I don't know that there's a path to do it yet, but I know of some who want to. So they're not here for not a lack of desire to make them. So eventually, and I think just based on the assets that are in the vanilla game, the custom assets are going to be pretty outstanding. I'm looking forward to seeing them. That and bikes. If you guys don't watch Canadian Moose, which I don't know if Canadian Moose is streaming right now, but we have this is the year of Moose. If Moose is ever on and streaming Skylines, we'll raid Moose. But basically, Moose creates these fake bike lanes that are just outstanding. There we go. That's good. And judging by the speed of this, it'll only take an hour to do the other. I might just leave this block. No. Let me finish this block, and then we'll do the rest of the surfaces. Moose is not streaming right now. Ooh. Moose is awesome. I agree, Will. So where do we go from here then? We'll have to see. Poplar Ponderosa. Are you gonna be streaming? Let's see. What am I filtering? What am I doing wrong? Oh, that one thing. Did I find anything out about the potential road tool? Grid mod? I have not, but I will ask. I've been a little bit of a mess. But I will. Yeah. So for anyone who's wondering, in the Discord there was discussion about having a road tool that shows you the space in between buildings, or in between roads as you're building them, which I think would be brilliant. It should be in the vanilla game. That kind of a tool, which is also what was brought up on the Discord. So I'm gonna see if any modders are working on a tool like that, and try to pose it as well as just the suggestion in general that maybe could be taken up by Colossal Order if they want to. We'll see. I think it's a very good one. I like that idea a lot. You don't have time to stream. You're currently in the editor. I think that is just as good. By the way, Poplar, I have not been checking it as much as I should on the Detailers Collective. How is that going for you guys? Oh gosh, I just love these assets. These are so cool. They're so fun to use. Any idea why your game crashes often while autosave? Ooh, look at that. Revo's in here. There is a mod work in progress called Advanced Road Tools mod. The answer. I like it. And I agree with Sinister Plank. I think that you should stream your editor work, Poplar. I think a lot of people would be interested in that. Like, in my opinion, my humble opinion, I personally like to watch streams and videos of people doing things that they're just exceptional at, or have a different perspective than everyone else. And I feel like Poplar Ponderosa, you are exceptional at making maps. Like one of the best in the world at making maps. So that to me is a stream I would like to watch. I want to know what makes your head tick. What makes you make the decisions that you make when you're making a map. That's another reason why I don't understand why you guys watch me. I'm not that good at this game. I'm not exceptional at it. There's a lot of great people at this, and it's not me. But I can move a building around like anyone else. Detailer's Corrective is great right now. Tmeister made a gigantic port. Moose or Infra are up next. I'm gonna have to watch that. I love Tmeister. Just a super chill dude. Friendly as all get up. Very talented. Man, that is dope. I love that. This looks terribly out of place from that side, but someday when all these other buildings... Oh, wait. They're not locked. Yeah, we made sure we're not doing that. So when these buildings level up, they'll become the same height. This is basically like a level 5 building. So for anyone just hopping in, we did rail stuff earlier. I think it turned out really well. Got a little bit of advice from B. Swagelhausen. Made our connection here. Horseshoed back around. Used one of Tygon's special rail bridges to get over the river. Crossed over this. Made a completely custom train depot, which I think is the best train depot I've ever made. And then we started to let the rail decide the urban footprint of the city and let it dictate what the fabric of the city looks like. And as a result, we got some viaducts, and I think a pretty interesting layout for this area. And probably a warehousing district or something like that. I'll go back here. Not sure yet. But yeah, that's what we've done. And then I wanted to make sure that we get some nice buildings to frame this area. We're not going to finish this today. Which, do you ever finish a Stream City? But yeah, this is what we've been working on today. I should provide that context more often, I think. We lose money again? I don't know why we're losing money. Well, actually, there's one thing I didn't show anyone who just hopped in. I also placed these down because we started losing a bunch of money because we're building a bunch of infrastructure that's not necessary to the city. So as a result, we're cheesing our way to a balanced budget. We probably should also meet the needs of the citizens that live here. But I really haven't been all that concerned about that. High taxes. There, maybe that'll help things out. Lose money to make money. That's the goal. Increase taxes? I don't know that is I don't know that that's going to work the way you want it to. The game's not super obvious about what happens though, which is a criticism I have. Build offices? I can. I can. You know what? Fine. We'll give the people what they want. We're going to build some offices. I'm going to tuck them away back here. And the main reason I'm going to do that is offices generally don't need high visibility. If you're going to an office, you're going there because you have a purpose. You don't just see, you know, I don't know, a money manager and go, you know what? That's what I've been wanting to do today is swing by and do a little bit of wealth planning. You know, like I need to talk to a lawyer. Glad that I saw this on the side of the road. So as a result, you can get away with sticking these in a little bit more far-flung areas. And in fact, they benefit from that in some cases. Cheaper land, all good. So we'll place them back here. Spoken like a true politician. What? Your favorite part of CPP is the detailing phase, but without the storytelling, the city building phase before, it would lack context. That's one of the reasons why I've leaned in heavily into storytelling. I do think it's one of the things that I can do that is a little bit different, and I still take a lot of inspiration from real life experience that I've had. So that's why I do that. I think I'll have a pedestrian crossing over here too. Like, so we got this. I'll add a couple of offices. I think we might leave this a little bit more sparse as it's, I don't even know what time it is. It's like, I think, 3:15. Okay. I'm going to add a couple of things. We're going to add the pedestrian crossing. I'm going to add those surfaces, and then we're going to call it. And we'll do one round of GeoGuessr. I could still add a rear exit to the station. Oh, wait. Oh. Now this goes from being pretty not valuable land to being incredibly valuable. Thank you for the reminder. I totally forgot about that. So that's wonderful. I don't know if Europe does this, but I'm just I want to do something with this road. So I'm going to cul-de-sac this, and then at the cul-de-sac, we'll have the pedestrian crossing to get over. I think I'm going to try to go with 6x6s as much as I can here. Looks weird without the extra platform. It's not great. I'll be honest. However, just don't need it, and I don't want to connect it. You know what I'll do to improve it? I will agree. I'll get rid of some of the trash around here. Because I think that for me is part of the issue. The weird thing is, like, how do you, like, is there like an underground passage from here to this side? Like, how exactly does one get over there? I assume that's what it is. Can we see it? No. Yeah, underground passage. Yeah. Well, then it doesn't really matter. Then it doesn't, like, you know, like is that an outhouse? Yeah, we can get rid of that too. Yeah, I think we'll leave it. Eventually, someday, we'll add something. That's it. That day is not today. You think Titan use an invisible lane? Revo? That makes sense. Usually the middle of the tracks where the main gates are. I'm gonna need parking. No, these people need to walk here. I don't even know that all these people, like, why are they all coming here to park? Or they're coming to use the train. That's great. We don't really have all that many people using it yet. We have a small town, but we'll take it. We are making money again. Apparently all we needed to do was add a couple of jobs and lower taxes. These buildings just look so out of place to me. Okay. I'm going to try to fix this in the most dangerous way possible. Try to get some different building sizes by just pulling this away. Let's see. I will divide this up as well and try to provide a more opportunities for zoning. You know what? For now, I'm just gonna load it up. Yeah, I'll try to make the lots at least somewhat rational. I wish I had another. The only, and this is no offense to Revo. The only option that we have for offices that aren't really these suburban low density ones are the French ones. And I just don't think it fits. I love the French ones, but I don't know that they fit. And they're high density, so we don't even have it unlocked yet. Beautiful assets, though. You find office densities to be too extreme? I agree. To me, I mean, this doesn't even really look like an office. This to me looks more like a strip mall, commercial. I mean, we have stuff like this out in the industrial park that looks very similar to this. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Let's put it that way. It's Paris back. that maybe that's the question. Do we make a little Paris behind here and have a bunch of Parisian office buildings? Did I plop Chinese low density? They look like temples. I've not plopped any. I don't even know that I have the Chinese assets in this build. I don't. I haven't added it yet. There's going to be a point where, so if we were making this more like Frankfurt, you know, then maybe. I guess does Dresden have a lot of modern office towers or not really? We might need to just throw some in anyway at some point just to meet the demand, but it'd be good to know. We had low density French buildings, but removed during production later for workshop. Oh, that's a bummer. I'm sure they were great. Totally get it though. Totally get it. Honestly, the quality of the assets that were provided, I think really shows through. And I personally wonder if you would have stretched yourself too thin if you would have tried to do more. very un-European buildings. This doesn't remind you of Germany. Here's the thing. I don't necessarily think that this is super American either. I don't know where it is. There are some assets in the game that are kind of placeless. Like maybe this, but this isn't what I think of. Like the office building that I'm in, without doxing it, it's a multi-story office building that I wouldn't consider high density, but it's not this. It's not this. Finland. They rebuilt it in the 2000s to look just like it did in the late 30s. Isn't that just modern architecture to be placeless? Yeah, but I wouldn't necessarily consider this modern looking. That's the thing. Like, this to me looks placeless 1950s. I don't think it looks placeless today. And I'll tell you why. If this were being built today, too much brick. The brick's too expensive. Can't do it. We're going to use EFIS instead, and the planner's going to have to talk with them a whole bunch about why in the bottom they should probably have brick, simply because if you were to use a weed whacker against the side of the building and there's EFIS there, EFIS is a material that's basically like styrofoam with a little bit of concrete feeling thing over the top. Basically like a skim coat of concrete. It just shatters. So looks like garbage. Time to look up office buildings in Madison. I did it. I did it from the Bahamas. I toured them all. And then I found one that wasn't like perfect for a gigantic team of people, considering it's just me. And now I'm the awkward guy in the building who nobody realizes what I'm doing in here. Wonder what kind of business that guy who doesn't wear shoes in his office is. What is he up to? That weird guy. It's our secret. I'll never tell them. Styrofoam building materials. It's the race to the bottom as far as buildings go, unfortunately. You know, that's the problem with obsessing about the cost of things without considering the quality, is that you end up with a bunch of buildings that suck. And I mean, I think it's like that generally in the world. We sometimes get too obsessed with the cost of things without thinking about how much it actually costs in the long run to replace all these things that are not very nice to begin with. Giving these a little bit more space just so that I can try to hide them with trees. Probably not something for today. But these buildings, they're not it. So that's how we solve our problem. In Mexico, everything is brick, concrete, or brick blocks. Are you talking about new stuff though, or historic stuff? It's like it's one of the things that I personally find frustrating. Like I've said that this with even like road designs. Like there's something in people's minds that makes them think that we can't do things the way they were done for many, many years. We have to do it exactly the way we do it now. Oh shoot, I meant to keep that. The least inspiring way, and yeah, so it's a bummer. Huge bummer. Both buildings are very thick and sturdy. Well, then you guys are doing it right. That is a very wise way to build. I want a non-French office building that is not. But a low-density office that is too deep. Those don't exist. What? I am not understanding something about the filters today. I am failing the filter test. Okay. This is kind of what I was looking for. And the plop show continues. There we go. This one's too big too. I'm gonna keep being indecisive and just randomly plopping buildings. Okay. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm sorry, guys. Give me one more second. This is not a very inspiring area, so this is the best I've got. And there we go. Felt bad. Maybe one of the U.S. packs contains more smaller office buildings. Even if I knew, I couldn't tell you. I have 100% clue what's in the pack, and I can't tell you. Maybe we'll have to see. Right over the top right here. This straight up reminds me of Denver if we can pull this off. Oh, I don't know why it's not giving me I want it to be a bit. I don't want there to be that middle piece. So we're gonna try something. Hold on. And dish 2. I'm gonna do something that's really risky. And I know it's risky, so I'm gonna save it. I basically want to take this and see if I can perfectly get it to cross here. And I'll just stretch it. There we go. We're as low as we can be. Oh, thing of beauty. What is my favorite kind of architecture? I feel like I wouldn't be a good Wisconsinite if I didn't say prairie style, but I don't know. I have appreciation for a lot of different architecture. Anything but brutalist. I don't know how anyone could like it. Okay, I am gonna go a little bit further. I wonder. So I want the curve to be fairly large so I can drop down without it being a raceway. You know what? We're going to take some liberties. That is pretty darn steep right there. I think we might just live with it. This is not be accessible at all. Just so that you guys, like, just to be completely upfront there. I'm going to see if I can drop it down. It makes it look nicer. But yeah, that's not accessible at all. If you were in a wheelchair, you would be flying going down this thing. It would be a thing of misery. So hopefully, rather than that, you can use the elevator on the inside. Maybe that's how we can just... definitely a biffa ramp. Is this a biffa ramp? I feel like I'm not gonna shame Biffa's ramps. Biffa can make the ramps that Biffa wants to make. I just don't want those weird joints, and I don't know that I can avoid them. I don't know. I think it's good, actually. I think it's good. I dig it. Or at least I've convinced myself that it's acceptable, which is the hallmark of excellent planning. They need stairs. Biffa's angles on his ramps are so high. I have seen a couple of those, but it's okay. Oh. Okay. One of the things that stinks is you're kind of forced into this. It's like, I guess I could lower this, but it's like, if you're forced into it, like, what are you gonna do? I think it's acceptable. I think it's acceptable. I have really enjoyed what we put together today. I think that this is, out of all of the things that have been built in this city so far, this has been my favorite part. So I'm into it. Let's see. So I think 8.75. Devs really need to add stairs in. Oh my goodness. I would kill for some stairs. Absolutely kill for some stairs. Missing features right now in terms of pedestrianism. Don't worry about the 18% to get down. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm going to see if I can fix this with Move It. So I'm going to roll the dice again. Gosh, what an insanely helpful mod. See, this is why this should be in the vanilla game. It shouldn't be the ability to make this so easily shouldn't be reserved for a modded build, in my opinion. Oh, that is, I'm into it. I know it might not be the best. I'm into it though. Would be fun on rollerblades. Heck yeah, it would be. And look at this. We got to get all these people. Let's fully experience the joy that is following Brittany Harper. Okay. Go a little bit faster. See if you be on fast forward what's happening. That's what I do. I feel like when you followed people in the past, it would stay focused behind them, and now it stays on a fixed camera angle, and it drives me crazy. There was a certain way I used to record B-roll that I just can't do anymore. Would this be more accessible than a level crossing? The level crossing would be super dangerous. Do you mean like crossing the train tracks? You couldn't do it because, well, you'd have to, yeah, I guess, depending on how you treated the train tracks themselves. I mean, if you're in a wheelchair, and so I've done pedestrian audits. You have to do it from a wheelchair if you really want the full experience. And then you try to get across, like, how would you get across these 3 tracks? 3 double tracks in a wheelchair, where every one of the tracks that you go across is going to be a little difficult for you to traverse with your wheelchair. So I would say that it's not much better from an accessibility standpoint. No. Ooh, that's got a scary view of that person there. Uh, you wouldn't want a level crossing in Germany anymore? Just are there just too many trains? It'd be too dangerous, Revel? Is this anywhere near what would be built there? I guess I don't know. If this is not right, that's where you guys, particularly folks familiar with Germany, need to set me on the right path. People in CS2 scare you? They're less scary than they used to be. You came across Civil Engine trailer? I have seen it. People keep thinking it's a game, but it's not. It's going to disappoint a heck of a lot of people. And I left a comment actually on their trailer that said they really should consider making it a game. Like they should gamify portions of it so that it would get people interested in civil engineering. And then if they were to do that, they'd already kind of know how to use the software a bit if they were to go to school for it. Like, I think that would be a really innovative approach to training people. Like, take the software, make it a game. It's kind of the way that I learned how to use Photoshop. I'll never admit to how I acquired Photoshop, but I came across a copy of Photoshop, and I learned how to use it. And then eventually, I had to pay for Photoshop, and I worked at places that had licenses for Photoshop. And it was all because I had the opportunity to acquire and learn those skills as someone who could never afford it at that point in my life. So I think that that's what they should do. But I'm also a guy who doesn't know anything about programming or their goals for their software. So yeah, acquired. It fell into my lap. I have no idea how it got there. I definitely wouldn't condone that unless of course it's Adobe, of course. Yeah, such a fine company that I have made sure to change my entire way of acquiring software, so I don't have to. I've chosen to have the software that I have specifically so that I don't have to deal with Adobe garbage. That's why I use Final Cut. That's why I use Affinity. You're not getting me with a subscription Adobe. Not happening. You thought it was an unlimited free trial? Mine was. Just kept renewing. It was amazing. The funny thing is, like, if they offered a perpetual license for a reasonable price, so like I paid $299 for Final Cut. Totally a fair price. I would have probably paid a little bit more, truthfully, and don't tell Apple. But for what it is for me, it's worth it. And if they were to release a new version tomorrow that substantially changed the game and made it so that I needed it, I'd buy it again, no problem. But to pay money to get updates that I don't necessarily want, like even right now, there is a new version of Final Cut that my editor and I have just talked about it. We're like, we're not going to update until next week. We're going to wait and see. There are people out there that are super excited to try that out. We'll let them find the bugs, and then afterwards, we'll give it a shot too. Why would I want to pay monthly for that experience of getting updates that I don't want? Subscription economy is hella scary. Yeah. I think what scares me about it is less the software and more the tangible goods. Like NZXT and their subscription to a PC. That is like the numbers don't even pencil out. Like if you just look at it, like even if like, let's just say I create content, I want to have the very best PC at all times so that I can showcase the games that I'm playing looking the very best that they could in the world. the components in there aren't good enough for that. It's clearly like the scrap that's left around their warehouse that they can't get rid of. And then for anyone who does that, it's probably going to be someone who can't afford it, and they end up paying for a new computer every single year through a subscription. But at least you still have the option to not do that. And I'd wonder at what point you won't, where it's just like, if you want to, maybe I shouldn't be giving NVIDIA any ideas. If you want a 5090, the only way to acquire it is to rent it from NVIDIA for $20 a month. We're not even doing GeForce Now anymore because we got to pay for power. You're just going to pay us for the privilege of renting our GPU. Like, I could see a world where someone tries that. That's the part that kind of freaks me out. I don't want to go there. It's not the world I want to live in. And again, it doesn't matter what I think. So 5090 melts cables. 4090 does too. So, and mine isn't melted yet. Doesn't mean it won't. Subscription services are what's killing Alexa. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say the word. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Most people just don't want to pay for additional features of services. Agreed. And I'm also very sorry again for saying the word. I use the Google Home and the Apple Assistant, which is why I don't think of that other one. I don't actually have the tree planters in here, so I'm gonna wait on those. I'll bring those into the build next time. I'm gonna hold off. We're gonna hold off on the detailing of this area. I am very pleased with how this has turned out. This is, in my opinion, big W of a build. Like, sometimes it just all clicks. This is one of those builds where I think it all clicked. It all came together. Crackit, you're gonna get me canceled. That's the perfect way to get me canceled. Paint surfaces mod isn't working though. That is. It's working. I think it had an update. It's good. It's not that though. There's a. I don't want to screw things up. It's an Algendo, I think. You know what? What am I doing? I've got this in Magnolia County. I don't know where it is. I can use the first person camera to follow and it'll stay with them. Oh, maybe that's my issue. I'll have to add first person camera into all my builds if that's the case. Where is it? It's gonna drive me crazy. Oh my goodness. There it is. Grates and covers. So I don't have this one in my playset right now. And it's just, this is Crypto Gamer Skylines. Awesome. So I've turned my PCs into a crypto rig, but at least I have these cool tree grates and drain covers. So yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to add those to the street. I think it'll end up looking really, really nice. Phil once said, if you don't have Skive, you're not playing the game right. Agreed. I feel like Skive is an absolute requirement for City Skylines 2 at this point. Skive should be a part of City Skylines 2. Being able to switch between the playsets before you load in, being able to manage them if you have a crash, being able to go into the utilities and update mods if you're having a lot of crashing. Icy, you mentioned you're having a lot of crashing. If you have Skive, hop into the utilities and look at this. I actually screwed up loading into the game. I have an old version of Zoning Toolkit. I didn't update it. All I have to do is click this button and it would fix the version of Zoning Toolkit. And if I were experiencing crashing, that could fix it for me. So yeah, I think that Skive is absolutely mandatory for modding. It's a shame that it's not in the base game again. But I keep saying that. I should just stop. But yeah, Icy, it is installed. Then do this. Go into the utilities, click fix all issues. And then if you have anything that's throwing a warning, get rid of those first. Move It has issues. I'm still going to keep it in there. Move It could be crashing me every 15 minutes. I'd still keep it in there. Zoning Toolkit is not that. It's a very important mod, but I disabled it for the longest time. I thought that I grabbed the better version. But yeah, that's what I do. Zoning Toolkit is working. Unfortunately, I didn't update it. I used it in Magnolia County and it was fine. Can we get a save every live stream? Yeah, I'm gonna save this. Yeah, you know what? This is helpful for me too. Just if I'm being super selfish, the next stream next week might be from my house, and if I'm streaming at home, I can just throw in this in the playset. So I'm gonna be super selfish like that and publish it so that you guys can see it and so that I can grab it from home. So there we go. Not a super descriptive thing. No cool image. Good enough. Good enough. So thank you guys for the contributions that you guys have made to this today. I feel like this was a much better build because of all the feedback and suggestions that you guys made. First person camera continued by C Game World. Okay, I will add that to the playset. Yes, Icy. We'll play one. We'll play one round of GeoGuessr. PC specs. This one right now is it has a 9750X3D and a 4080 in it. Not the 4080 Super, the 4080. 96 gigs of RAM. So it's a good machine. It's a really good machine. The PC I have at home is basically identical. The only difference is that it has a 4090 in it. I had the 4080 and then I had the opportunity to get a 4090, so I upgraded it and I threw the 4080 in my streaming rig, which is way overkill. And so now I have this here. So works just fine. Very, very high end. Yes. But I'm also generally pushing this thing very, very far. Will I ever do a CP review series? You'd like to see me review other people's builds from a planner standpoint? Yes. That's City Tips. And I'm bringing it back. I will show you my shame. I've done this before. Oh, that's my old server. Whoa. So I actually have one in here already. It's DAFO 999, and I already have like the info saved. I've already made notes about it, and DAFO has been really diligent about re-uploading new copies of their city, and it's a brilliant city. It's on my radar. I was waiting because for a variety of reasons, but now it's just time. So I do feel watching the live stream from Europe is brutal. It's 11 p.m. Yeah, it's way worse in Asia. I usually stream myself normally. It's at 11. When I stream the European time, yeah, or the American time, it's at I start at 8:30 my time and go to like 2 in the morning. Dylan, I'm sorry it's so early. I still want to play Civ. So maybe I was supposed to have an extra stream. And my daughter got sick. She was really sick for 4 days. It was brutal. I was under the weather. I'm better today. And then my wife was sick. My other daughter was sick. So yeah. Greetings from actual Dresden, Germany. Well, thank you for being here, Zora. Zerora? I'm probably butchering that. I'm sorry. We're going to do one round of GeoGuessr. Let me get it pulled up. I don't even know that I'm signed in here. I am. Thank goodness. I can't believe this old hard drive is doing me such a solid. This legitimately I think that the hard drive in here, this is a straight clone from like a year ago, and it still has me signed into things. Super happy. Okay. What is going on? They changed everything again. Oh, wait. There we go. Here you guys go. GeoGuessr got kind of bad since, well, does he got to pay now? Here's the thing. I already paid. So you guys get to take advantage of my payment. I'm going to change the category real quick. We're going to do one round of GeoGuessr. And then I want to hear from you guys what kind of map you want to go on. Let's see. Have I got a chance to check out your Discord message? What? Ping me. T7 Gaming. T7 Gaming. You are not by chance Rick, right? If you are, I've been swamped. But it's on my radar. Just got back in time for GeoGuessr. Indeed. I have no idea how many people are in here. I still don't know how to figure it out, so I'll let it sit for a couple more minutes. Okay, 2 South Americas. Yeah, I saw your message. We'll chat. I've just been busy. I've been moving stuff and dealing with the sickness. So yeah, I see 2 EUs, Central Asia, Germany, Italy, Greenland, Mexico, world, EU. I saw 3 EUs. That's what we're doing. I always look for 3. Oh, we can't do the ones that we always do. We might do European football stadiums. That could be fun. Or a learnable meta Europe. That's what we're doing. A learnable meta Europe. I don't even know what that means. So Eurocentrist. All we had to have is someone post the country 3 times. It's a lot of Europeans in here right now. It's a European friendly time or European friendly-ish time. Oh, it's always Europe or America. Hard disagree. We've done a lot of we've done South America on a number of occasions, and we've also done Australia, which I think Australia is the hardest one for me. You love the stadium so much. It's European bedtime. Let's do it. All right, 1 round, and then we'll raid someone over on Twitch. Finland. No, Poland. You're happy you tried to learn some meta? Are these just like famous Facebook places? Where at? It is. This is a very nice Estonia. Is that an Estonian flag? It seems very nice. I like it. That's not an Estonian flag? Because there's two of them. Oh, why are we rotating that way? What are we doing? Oh, it's my hand. I'm resting my hand on the keyboard like a genius. There's another one. Now it's gone. Awesome. Apparently they had a lot of pride in their flag and they decided to take it down. I have no idea what country this is. These are EE houses. You know what? I feel like I just screwed this up real bad. I was close to Estonia, and I went to the Baltics because I'm not well versed with where I am. This is brutal. Okay, 570 points. A little bit of a hole. How many? Oh, there are 55 participants, and I came in 51st. I should have just picked America. The original guess was close to the target. Amazing. Well, this looks like Wisconsin with a white line in the road. That's amazing. Which makes it Finland. Denmark? It is very flat. This looks exactly like home. Not the part where I live. There's been a lot of glaciation. Where is this place? We are just out in the middle of nowhere. You're supposed to help me with that. I have no idea. I want to see some language of some kind. Poland? I feel like Poland or Finland are always my default guesses. There was a 64 on the side of the road. I don't know if that was a road marker or just kind of a... I feel like in honor of Will, I should say rural Germany. It's not. Oh, why? Wait. Isn't this just like where we just were? But like we were there and now we're here? So this is a Lithuanian map. Not anymore. the rare double Latvia. I think Latvia is the new Finland. This must be the Baltics, right? It just looks very sun-kissed and rocky. Sakika? Sakika? Or is that, I'm reading it backwards? What does that sign say? Majovic? Croatia? I could get down with Croatia. It looks a lot like Greece to me, but I don't think it's Greece. Based on the writing of the sign. This reminds me of the drive-in when I got to Greece. Oh, Montenegro. Montenegro. All right, well, that's more points than 500. I'll take it. Croatia or Serbia sounds great too. This is a place I'd like to visit. I know someone who goes to Croatia like every year. It's like their happy place. They now that they've gone so many times, they just like have it work to an art. This is Greece. Where are we in Greece? There's palm trees. You've got to be by Athens. Yeah, we were for sure. This kind of reminds me of like, I don't know. I shouldn't even venture to guess. It kind of reminds me of like what I saw on the way to the port of Athens. Like when you're in Athens and you have to drive to signs. Oh wait, signs. I think it might be. So this reminds me of this area. So like when you come from downtown, you go out to this area. I'm just going to say it's right over here. I don't know that I see a roundabout. Nope, I'm not even in the right city. That's perfect. I'm glad that I was so confident about that. Yeah, Athenia is Athens. You were confident too? I see. Yeah. You love olives. Teddy, I love olives as well. Good to see you here, Teddy, by the way. Literally, this is Sparta. Okay. Teddy. Is this Sweden? Like far northern Sweden, there's no trees. So Arctic, it would seem. Makes you think of Greenland? Oh, wouldn't do that, would they? I mean, technically, are you defining Europe as the continent or the EU of which Greenland is a part? Oh no, that looks Icelandic. Iceland. Yeah, yeah. Close. What does that sign say? There's a lot of letters there. And some that I've never seen before. We'll put a pin just in case. But there's I don't know what this sign means. It seems like it's pointing to a city. Could be pointing to a road. Oh, come on. Oh, I'll take that. I will take that. 19 miles. Well, rural, I'm not going to say your name. Archipelago? Arca. You did that on purpose. Yeah, good game, everybody. Komrowski next week. I gotta get some Verde Beach. I've gotta do a couple of things for Saguna Beach. You always show up late, DJ. I'm sorry. Phoenix left, good game. Fodek, good game. Dylan Vermont, good game. Guerra, good game. And RC likes trains, good game. I see 6th place. I see you there. Komrowski, you as well. Good game, everybody. Good game. So at this point in time, I know we'll start. Okay, I didn't do what I was supposed to do this week with the storytelling and the Google Maps thing. We will do that soon, but what I will promise is that in the next one, halfway through the stream, I'm gonna need you guys to remind me. Halfway through the stream, we're gonna take a break. You like this camera? I don't even have my right lens. This is the kit lens, but glad it looks good. In the next stream, what we'll do is halfway through, we'll just stop, we'll take a break, and we'll spend a bit of time on GeoGuessr. So that'll be the goal. So if you guys are down for it. So right now though, hearts for YouTube. We're gonna say goodbye to YouTube, and then we're gonna raid somebody. I'm not sure who we're gonna raid yet. So yeah, that's how that'll be the game plan. And I'll let at that point, if we're halfway through and you guys want to do 2 rounds, totally fine, and then we'll probably end with it as well. Poplar Ponderosa is streaming his editor session. Okay. All right. We will raid Poplar Ponderosa. I love that. I love that so much. Give me a second. I don't even I want to stop YouTube, but I can't. Okay, YouTube. Thank you so much. We'll see you next week, YouTube. Thank you for being here. Manor Lords tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. Unless you're a channel member or subscriber here or anything else, then hop in the Discord and you can watch it right away. It's already up there. It's a good one. Founding 2 cities. All right. He just ended. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, bye YouTube. We'll find someone else. Bye-bye. Poplar just rated me. Poplar Ponderosa.